Hello, and welcome to this meeting of the Council of the Town of Oakville. It's October 21st, 2024, 6:30 p.m., and we're delighted to see you, and we hope that you enjoy our meeting. I would invite everyone to rise and join Council in O Canada. Thank you, everybody. Please be seated. In 1820, Indigenous people here began welcoming settlers from all over the empire. Soon, they were helping Black people escaping from the United States to settle here, too. Today, our Indigenous founding partners are still here, enjoying this land with us. Indigenous people and their thousands also live with us as neighbors and friends. Our Indigenous, white, and Black settlers created a community with an attractive degree of harmony and prosperity. And in 1857, Ontario gave official recognition of Oakville as a town. At Town Hall, all of these years later, we fly the flag of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation beside the flags of Oakville, Ontario, and Canada. We fly these flags together to acknowledge our origins. People from all over the world are attracted to the livability we are creating. We offer newcomers a warm spirit of welcome. We offer everyone our founding story so everyone knows what we are part of. We feel sorrow and distress for acts of racism and intolerance suffered across the world, and including Canada, and here at home. We want our future to be equitable and inclusive for everyone. The path of truth and reconciliation can unite us all. Please keep well, stay safe, and let us on Council know of any chance to be helpful to you and yours. And please let us know anytime you can help increase Oakville's harmony, prosperity, and livability. Madam Clerk, I believe there's no regrets for this meeting. Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Madam Clerk, there are none. Council, I wonder if two of us would be good enough to move confirmation of the minutes of the previous council meetings, item 4 and its parts, and item 6, the minutes of the Budget Committee and the minutes of the Committee of the Whole workshop from October 10th. Councillor Longo, seconded by Councillor Adams. Thank you. Any objection? Madam Clerk, there being no objection, that motion carries. Now, I have a motion from Councillor McNeice that we resolve into Committee of the Whole, and I need a second for that. And Councillor Hazeltine, thank you. I think you might have had the fastest hand. Councillor McNeice, I understand you have a request as regards the agenda.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if we could move 10.1 OEC quarterly update up to the beginning of the meeting, just out of respect to the time of the delegates and all the officials we have from OEC and Oakville Hydro. Thank you.
Thank you. Under the procedure bylaw, we certainly are free to do that, and it is now done. And just let me page down to 10.1. And the chair will call Rob Lister, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Oakville Enterprises. And Mr. Lister, we look forward to your quarterly update. And after that, we'll hear from the registered delegation, Ms. Ruth Perkins.
Everybody this evening. So we're very pleased to be here this evening once again to provide an update to Council. I have a number of supporters from OEC with me here this evening. Now, David Brennan, the chair of OEC, is online this evening, so he'll be able to answer any questions if necessary. I will be asking Scott Moody, EVP and Chief Energy Transformation Officer, to come up and speak to most of the presentation in a few minutes. There's a couple of things, though, that I just want to go over. In terms of the agenda, there. So tonight we're going to provide information on the geographic locations that OEC operates across Canada. We're going to provide an energy sector update and Oakville Hydro's, it's the wrong slide, by the way. What happened to our agenda? Oh, there, I'm sorry, on the right there. And Oakville Hydro's electricity and community impact. What I was getting ahead of myself on was this is a rendition of the Gemini condo development behind the Rain Building at Spears and Kerr Street. And OEC and GeoSource have just completed the GeoExchange drilling for this installation, and we will own and operate the GeoExchange system for over 200 families in this development once it's complete. And on a different topic, late last week, the Ontario Energy Board announced its new rates for November 1st, energy rates, which it does every year, November 1st. So I'm just going to quickly go over a quick summary of the changes. There are three rate structures for residential and small business customers. We have the time of use, we have the tiered price system, and then the ultra-low overnight rate, which is relatively new. Now, the time of use peak rate is dropping 3 cents per kilowatt hour down to 15.2 cents. The mid-peak stays the same at 12.2 cents, and the off-peak drops 1.4 cents to 7.3 cents. So that's the time of use rate. The tiered plan drops slightly to 9.3 and 11 cents, with the transition from Tier 1 to Tier 2 moving from 600 kilowatt hours per month to 1,000 kilowatt hours per month. And the implications of that is the electricity consumer will be able to stay on the lower rate for a longer period of time over the course of the month, and it resets each month. The ultra-low overnight weekday on-peak rate drops slightly to 28.4 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, the overnight rate remains at 2.8 cents, which is a really good rate if you're able to change your load patterns and transition things like EV charging, heating hot water to the overnight. So you're paying 2.8 cents per kilowatt hour, but during the day, you're paying 28 cents. So it all depends on your own load profile as to whether that appeals to you. So the Ontario government's Ontario electricity rebate, which is where the provincial government is subsidizing electricity rates across the customer base, changes to 13.1% from 19.3%, which for a typical electricity consumer equals about $17 per month reduction in your energy consumption bill. Compliments of the government. So overall, though, our preliminary calculations show about a 2 to 3% reduction in a typical electricity energy bill for a customer on a per month basis for both the time of use and tiered pricing customers. So that's just a quick summary of the change to the rates that are coming up November 1st. I'm now going to invite Scott Moody to come up and speak to a bit more about our presentation tonight. Thank you. Scott.
Thanks, Rob. So good evening, Mayor Burton, councillors. OEC is a purpose-driven organization, connecting communities through sustainable solutions. With over 2,600 employees working from coast to coast, OEC serves customers across infrastructure, energy, gas, electricity, and telecommunications sectors. This map illustrates the geographic focus of our engineering and design organizations. Our businesses deliver the important pre-construction drawings, plans, and blueprints to help our customers connect new subdivisions, expand utility networks, and manage critical infrastructure assets. Our field services teams operate nationwide, ensuring the safe and efficient location of utilities and validation of construction pathways. This work supports the successful completion of projects ranging from major infrastructure to new housing developments. Our construction employees serve customers across Ontario from offices in Oakville, Ottawa, Concord, and Dundas. They work day in and day out, putting in new utility services in the ground, in the air, and into homes. Through our various entities, OEC serves as the vital link connecting homes, businesses, and institutions to the energy and the infrastructure they rely on every day. So in recent energy sector developments, starting with the picture on your left, the Ontario government has appointed MPP Sam Oosterhoff as Associate Minister of Energy-Intensive Industries, and MPP Stephen Lecce as Minister of Energy and Electrification. Posing with Minister Lecce are Andrew El-Nazir, OEC's Chief Commercial Officer, and Robert Matthews, Coordinator of Marketing and Communications. In other news, the Ontario Energy Board has named Mark White as its new chair. Previously, Mark was the CEO of the Financial Services Regulator of Ontario, otherwise known as FSRA. And David Cawley, former CEO of the Electrical Safety Authority and past chair of the Electrification and Energy Transition Panel, has been appointed to the ISO's Board of Directors. Leslie Gallinger, President and CEO of the ISO, and the Minister of Energy, just announced last week a revised electricity forecast for the province. Electricity demand, driven primarily by electrification, is now expected to grow by 75% by 2050, outpacing previous projections by an additional 15%. Major drivers of the forecast are the decarbonization of transportation and residential heating, and an increase in energy demand for high-powered computing and AI. Battery energy storage systems are highly dense and efficient sources of energy, making them a valuable asset for energy generation. They complement solar and wind projects, ensuring stability and reliability in the network. These systems are often used in large-scale projects, enhancing energy capacity across our grid. As with any energy source, there are risks. Risks from fires can be addressed with advanced detection and suppression systems, minimizing potential hazards and risks to public safety. Setbacks from installations can also add additional protective measures. Minimum setbacks and standards differ depending on installation type and their surroundings. So Ontario's current energy mix is driven by four main sources of generation: nuclear, natural gas, hydro, and wind, with solar and biofuels making up a much smaller share of the mix. The ISO announced it is ready to procure new generation capacity under the LT2 request for proposals. Under this new round of procurement, the ISO intends to procure 2,000 megawatts of renewable in the form of solar, wind, water, and biofuels. And to support the intermittent nature of renewable generation, the ISO also intends to procure an additional 2,000 megawatts of energy storage. This new procurement signals a commitment to renewable energy in the province's long-term energy mix. As mentioned previously, the ISO's new annual planning outlook forecast shows a steady increase in energy demand. For Oakville, we're forecasting a similar increase. But thanks to prudent engineering standards, strategic investments in asset renewals and automation, Oakville's electricity grid is well positioned to support the community's future needs. Oakville Hydro continually updates our load forecasts and will invest in new station capacity and additional high voltage assets when required. Oakville remains a leader in electric vehicle adoption, with residents owning over 6,600 EVs. The EV heat map at the top right of our screen created from Ministry of Transportation data, illustrates the concentration of EV ownership north of Upper Middle. Oakville Hydro is working to support new housing developments with over 860 new connections made to date in 2024 alone, and an additional 500 units in process. Distributed energy resources, or DERs, are smaller scale energy assets, most commonly in the form of solar power and battery energy storage. There are 4 megawatts of DER capacity in Oakville, and the locations are marked here on the map on the bottom right. And as an update to Council on the Hydro One short circuit capacity constraint that we've previously discussed, I am happy to report, through collaborations with Hydro One and our neighboring LDCs, we have been able to eliminate the short circuit capacity constraints for all of Oakville for small scale, less than 10 kilowatt DER systems. Oakville Hydro has a very reliable electricity grid. In 2023, on average, Oakville customers experienced 0.23 hours of outage as compared to the Ontario average of 1.06 hours, and an outage frequency of 0.63 as compared to the Ontario average of 1.83. And plotting both these indices on the graph as shown illustrates how Oakville Hydro compares to LDCs with over 60,000 customers. The lower, just to point out, the lower the result, the better their performance. Enhancing reliability is an ongoing priority. Outages occur for reasons inside and outside of Oakville Hydro's control. In all cases, we minimize scheduled outages for preventative maintenance, and we reroute power to the extent possible to limit the impact to our customers. Thanks to advanced automation and our cutting-edge control room, we avoided over 940,000 customer outage minutes in 2023. And rerouting power remotely from our control room also results in environmental benefit, eliminating truck rolls that would have been required for outage responses. Now, I'm very excited about the successful launch of our text messaging notifications. Customers that sign up will receive information on outages and updates on the status of power restoration. And through our Oakville Hydro mobile app, customers can find useful information about their bills, energy consumption, and find tools and links to helpful information. Recently, the Oakville Hydro team was out in the community at the annual Terry Fox Run. And just last week, we supported the 11th annual Bronte Village Coat Drive by storing and delivering over 2,400 coats. Finally, in partnership with Rob Ellis and My Safe Work, Oakville Hydro safety champions Peter Michaud and Paulo Gaichin help lead discussions with students enrolled in the Power Line Technician program at Conestoga College. Mentoring and coaching young people looking to enter the electricity industry is important to the long-term viability of our sector and to the sustainability of Oakville Hydro's operations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, town councilors. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
You may have generated a few. We'll start off with Councillor Elgar, Councillor Giddings, and Councillor Longo, and Councillor Lischina, and see where we get from there. Councillor Elgar.
Scott, thanks for the presentation. Question that it keeps coming up in my mind. If everyone on the street got an EV vehicle and installed the charger, the cable coming down the street, is it a capacity can do that, will take that on?
Depending, through you, Mr. Mayor, but depending on the street and the location, we have 3 voltage installations in Oakville that deliver the electricity to the homes and businesses. We have a 4 kV system, which is the older system. We have a 13.8 kV system, which is kind of in between, and then our newest system, which is our standard, which is the 27.6. Now, depending on the age of the assets and the voltage that is going through that system, we may or may not have all the capacity needed for every single home to have an EV charger. What I can say is that we are very well positioned right now to handle the current curves as we see them of EV adoption for Oakville. And we are constantly looking at scenarios in our load forecasting to start to pinpoint where those constraint points might be, and we build those into our long-term investment plans. So we're starting to see now where the cables are and where the stations are and where the transformers might be that we will have problems with 5-10 years down the road, and taking steps today to make sure that we plan for those replacements.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Glen Abbey, most of the homes were 100 amp service when they were built. And I'm thinking like everybody's switching now 200 amp, or at least the cables coming in are 200 amp.
They are, yes.
And I'm thinking, which is a good thing.
Yes.
But I got thinking, gee, if everybody starts buying up EVs and they hook them up, are we in trouble? But you're saying you're ahead of the curve.
We are constantly monitoring the situation, and I would also say that our standards have put us in a really good spot in terms of how many homes we hook up per transformer, the size of cabling that we use as our minimum standard. All of those decisions made a few years back are helping today.
I thank you. A good presentation. I hope to get a copy of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr. Moody, I wonder if you could supplement that answer with, would residents be able to phone in to you and check whether their street would take another EV charger?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. If phone or through email, we get those calls quite often, and we can help validate that.
Outstanding. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Councillor Giddings?
Great presentation. Thank you very much. On page 13, you showed us the outage stats.
Right.
Would it be possible for you to send that to us whenever there's an outage? Most of the people around this table receive phone calls and curious and talk about the lack of service. Would love to be able to share that with our residents. 7 new subdivisions in development. How does that come about in terms of providing the pre-wiring, I guess you could say, for the EVs?
For the EVs?
Yeah.
So the new subdivisions we're talking about here, we're servicing the homes, right? In terms of them wanting to put in their own charger, that would be on the homeowner, right? But the current standards are all 200 amp rated services, cables. The transformers are robust enough to handle these types of scenarios going forward. Yeah.
So in the coming decades, they can make that conversion whenever they like without any worries.
Correct.
All right, last question. It was the residence load profile and the receivables and all that. We may be getting some phone calls in terms of what should I go for the ultra low? Should I go for this, that? Is there a resource on your website that can help residents understand that?
Absolutely, through you, Mr. Mayor. We have calculators where customers can use their customer data, and we can provide that customer data if they don't have access to it through our portal. If they do have an account, they would have access to all that information. They'd be able to put that information in the tool, and the tool will help them make that decision on what's best for them. Normally, the decision is between the tiered and the time of use. Ultra low is a different type of decision point where you really have to understand whether or not you want to move all of your load to off-peak or invest in a system that would help you balance that load.
Thank you. I received my bill today. Thank you very much for sending it to me.
Thank you for paying.
He hasn't paid you.
I promise I will. So all a resident or homeowner has to do is go to that bill, take the account number off, and visit your website.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Giddings. It's a great question. Councillor Longo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Scott, great presentation. You mentioned about the increase in demand from 60% and 75%. That's going to put a lot of pressure on the grid, of course. Is there anything that OEC is doing with the various companies that you have under you to look at efficiencies and better use of that energy to try and take some of that pressure off the grid?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We are looking at electrification as an opportunity, and whether that's technologies that would make existing technologies more efficient, or investing in emissions-free building heating and cooling, battery energy storage that would help the grid become more stable and more reliable. All of those are certainly in scope for us, Councillor, and we view electrification as a very, very big opportunity.
And I guess with what we have later on in the agenda is related to district energy, you see that that's a way of being much more efficient in the manner in which we distribute and use energy in the community.
Yes, Councillor, and I would also say it's the load profile that we appreciate. When we're looking at geo-exchange systems, it is a relatively stable load, and the loads that cause the most disruption to grids are the peaking up and down type loads. So a geo-exchange system that constantly is using or demanding electricity is a good base load for us.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Longo. Councillor Lischina.
There it is. Thanks, Scott. Great presentation. Wonderful to see the footprint across the country. A couple of questions you mentioned about the geo-exchange happening here in Oakville. Are developers starting to ask more questions about it and trying to incorporate it into their building anywhere, well, in Oakville and around the GTA?
Yeah, yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The developer community is really in tune with these emission-free systems. Whether they invest in them themselves or they partner with a third party like us, we are seeing almost every development at least investigating that and it getting into very serious conversations. It's certainly a marketing tool for these developments to be able to boast about their emissions free systems and their carbon footprint. So it is gaining, it is gaining ground.
So the next point you had made, getting 4 megawatts from solar and some battery storage. You mentioned about the battery storage. Is that something that OEC is looking to invest in more or increase capacity in the battery storage scenario?
Yes. On the battery energy storage systems, we'd be looking at larger scale systems that would contribute to the grid in a different capacity than perhaps balancing load in a residential area or in a small business. So, but we do see value in the technology. We do see the value that it can bring to the grid, and hopeful we can find locations locally where it would make sense.
Okay, and last question. I guess AI is all over the place. Are you employing it more and more in any of your work? Well, maybe that's a question for Mr. Lister.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lischina. Councillor Adams.
Thanks for the presentation. I have 2 questions, but they both relate to the EV adoption. You had a slide that had a heat map of where the vehicles were being used or picked up as a
where the owners live.
Fleet. And so you had 2 pieces of information. One was a number of vehicles in Oakville, which I think was 6,000. What is that as a percentage of the overall Oakville fleet? Do we have a 3% or 4%? What's the percentage?
Well, I won't do the math, Councillor, in my head or in public, but there are 6,600 EVs in Oakville that we know about and about 151,000 in Ontario.
Great. Sorry, 151,000 in Ontario.
In Ontario, yes.
And how many vehicles are there in Oakville?
That would be, yeah, I'd have to look at those.
Because that sounds like we've got a really high percentage compared to the rest of Ontario then.
We do. We're leading Ontario.
Even though it's, relatively speaking, it appears to be still a small percentage.
Per capita.
Right? Yeah, of the overall mix, it still seems like a small number. Which brings me to the second question. Your heat map seemed to show an unequal adoption rate of EVs, even in Oakville, which it looked like North Oakville, north of Dundas in particular, had a higher percentage or a greater heat level. Is that because the new homes are being wired for the EV charging, and existing homes, everyone is shying away from it because they don't have the wiring for it and they don't want to either explore it or it's too expensive?
Yeah, so I mean, this is, anecdotal. Certainly, we don't have any of the detailed information on the demographics about why that ownership seems to be concentrated along that corridor north of the QEW and kind of south of Dundas. However, I would say that those are most of our new developments. I would also say that the homeowners in that corridor are on a higher voltage system. But there could be other reasons about the demographics that would tell us why they are more likely to adopt an EV than South Oakville.
So there could be some demographics, but there would also be some infrastructure differences between the north of Dundas, for example, and older parts of Oakville.
Yeah.
Because
so-
even in what I would expect would be wealthy neighborhoods, it didn't look like it was an especially high rate of adoption.
Yes, we haven't turned down any requests to hook an EV up or for a new service. So it could be that the homes are finished, the basements are finished, they don't want to run new wires into the garage to be able to, or into the driveways to put EV chargers in place. I mean, there could be a lot of that going on. It could be that they're not ready to adopt EV technology. But in terms of the grid, our electricity system, that would not necessarily be the reason.
That's not the stopper. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Just as a follow-up, Mr. Moody, if an old area of town is less dense than a northern area, and you're using a heat map, might the heat map be influenced somewhat by the greater density, and it might be harder to unravel the difference? Is that possible?
That is definitely possible. It is just indicative for sure.
I know that in my home, south of Cornwall, I installed EV charger in 2011, and there was no muss, no fuss, no extra expense, and nobody lost power on the street.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Elger.
Yeah, sorry for the second time, but Scott, can you tell me, geothermal, you mentioned that you're drilling down. I've heard there's some issues when they're drilling that can hit some sour gas or something. Like, can you expand a little bit on that?
Sure, yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, depending on the soil conditions, we can drill down to 350 to 600 feet, right? And there are pockets of methane gas that is trapped in there, and when you drill into the earth like that, you can release that, right? And so there are proven methods on how to deal with that, and we can fill up the drill pass with grout, and we can cap that, and we can find a new place to drill. But there are definitely safe procedures to be able to deal with any of those events.
I thank you for that, because I know of one place where they experienced it, and I think the people around were saying, wait a minute, what's going on here? So thank you very much.
Well, I would also say, thanks to this council, we were successful in getting a lot of those procedures put into to the standards.
Thank you, Councillor Elger, and Mr. Moody for reminding me of our great adventure in that.
Yes.
It was a number of years ago, and it was in South Oakville, when a unlicensed, unprofessional driller released enough methane to cause a panic and an evacuation. And I still have the clipping of the Toronto Star picture of me standing there going, we've got to get the unlicensed, unprofessional guys out of this game. And the province was very quick to do it. Mm-hmm. If only the province would be that quick on everything we ask them for. So thank you, Mr. Moody.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Lister, if I'm correctly assuming that is the end of the presentation, I'll call the delegation. Ms. Ruth Perkins.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council.
So now if I could just ask you to pull that microphone around and
Would
get
it
it.
be better?
Yeah, it's very
that
flexible. It's
better?
perfect for you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. I'm here with a very brief good news story. My name is Ruth Perkins, and I'm here to represent the Bronte Coat Drive, which took place on Saturday, October 19th, that's this past Saturday, in the gymnasium at St. Dominic's School on Rebecca Street. Formed some 15 years ago, paused for COVID, of course, this is a vibrant local initiative undertaken by a group of Bronte residents who wanted initially to create a service not otherwise covered by any social services agency. We thought that if we could help people to stay warm in our winters, it would be an area in which we could ask for residents' help without being another group asking for money. Ask for winter wear and that they are done with, and give it to people who need it. Standing on Wycroft or Spears Road, to mention just two locations, waiting for a bus in the winter can be a very cold end to a workday. To date, although we are not statistics driven, we believe we have helped nearly 5,000 people and have provided more than 7,700 winter coats, not to mention hats, scarves, gloves, boots, which are not even counted. As well as one winter coat, we encourage our patrons to also take a couple of lightweight jackets, and these are also not counted, so not in our stats. We deliver invitations to social service agencies in Halton, and these are given out by them to their clients, providing anonymity, as well as to an open to the public time just before our closing. This year alone, we had approximately 900 people through the door from 8 a.m. till 12 noon, a very busy time for our volunteers. Most importantly, we have been supported by Oakville Hydro for the last number of years, making our work possible. They provide storage and access for our sorting process. They provide volunteers and cartage to transport thousands of items from Redwood Square to St. Dominic's Gym on Friday afternoon. They provide staff volunteers as drivers and packers and liaison, etc. And then on Saturday afternoon, they come back and pick up our empty racks and hangers. Their support has been invaluable. This year alone, we collected, sorted, and transported upwards of 2,000 coats. The remaining inventory will be distributed in the more urban areas. Other shout-outs are to the three churches in the Bronte area, Epiphany, St. Dominic's, and Walton, for both funding and volunteers. The Knights of Columbus, the Bronte BIA, who provided us with space at the farmers market and the block party. The Lake Notes, who allowed us to mingle with their Thursday evening concert crowds. The fire stations in Bronte Road and Kerr Street, who collect each year, and the Bronte Harbor Yacht Club. Oh, also the West Oakville Rotary Club, only too many to mention. Of interest, and to close, we estimate demand was up about 30% this year for people who have no winter coat. I hope you have questions. My colleague Dave McCleary and I will try to respond to you should you have some.
Ms. Perkins, thank you very much for your work. On behalf of council, I thank you, and I think the town is marvelously enriched by this effort. It's very kind of you to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
But before you solicited questions and you got some. Councillor Elgar and, okay, sorry, sir. Councillor O'Meara.
Well, thank you very much. And Ruth, thank you to you and the organization. I remember a number of years ago as well when Ralph Robinson went to Oakville Hydro and asked, hey, we need some room to store some coats, and Rob and his team were absolutely ready to jump on it. And I just want to say thank you for everything you do. This is truly a community-driven initiative that starts from the goodness of people's hearts and it is more needed than ever these days. So thank you and the whole organization for doing that, and for sitting in the parking lot of St. Dominic's Church all those Saturdays and the rain and the weather and collecting those coats. It's a great thing, and thank you very much for all that you and the organization does.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Thank you, Ms. Perkins.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Mayor.
thank you, Dave McCurry, also for your work on the matter. All right, Council, I think we're on a related roll here. We have a number of energy-related items, and we might as well finish the discussion items before we resume the rest of the agenda. I'd like to invite Michelle McCollum, the chair of the Future Energy Oakville, for her presentation. And, oh, you're right. I need a motion to receive the presentation, the quarterly update from Oakville Enterprises. Councillor Giddings, thank you for that. Any objection? There being none, that carries. And we can now turn our attention to Ms. McCollum. Welcome. We look forward to your presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Lovely to see you all this evening. I'm Michelle McCollum. I'm chair of Future Energy Oakville, and I'm very pleased to be here tonight to provide you an update on behalf of Future Energy Oakville and our board of directors. Okay, so by way of background and reminder, FEO is a not-for-profit organisation created through the Community Energy Strategy endorsed by Council back in 2020. Future Energy Oakville was conceived as the implementation body for the Community Energy Strategy, which was created with the task of realising the energy strategy goals of being a beacon of action, fostering synergies across a multitude of projects, aligning investments and resources from independent community stakeholders, industry, and government. A reminder that the goal of Future Energy Oakville is to assist in the moving forward. I think this is maybe not advancing. There we go. Just have to have a bit more effort on the button there. Our goals are to enhance energy efficiency by at least 40% by 2041, ensuring optimal and efficient energy use. Next, we aim to transition to carbon neutrality, committing to a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by at least 50% by 2041. And lastly, aspiring to return at least $7 billion in cumulative energy cost savings to the community by 2041. So it was really wonderful to hear OEC's presentation this evening as well. In terms of the partners involved, I'm just going to put this back down here and see if that helps. There we go. And yeah. Oh, this one here. Okay, thanks, Rob. So in terms of the CES, the Community Energy Strategy Planning, really it's been driven by FEO in close collaboration with the town of Oakville, and together with our core collaborators, communities of practice, and other not-for-profit organisations driving forward the strategy. That works much better, Rob, thank you. We have had a number of successes this year, including creating a fundraising or development plan, launching a number of podcasts, events and event ideation, a number of successful media posts, along with our regular board meetings and strategy sessions. But you will notice that I'm here alone this year. Unfortunately, our interim executive director was scooped up and was successful in gaining a full-time position elsewhere. So we have been on a recruitment campaign to find a full-time executive director. And I wanted to share with you that this has proved really, really challenging. So far, we've had 2 failed search attempts, and despite having a number of great applicants, we haven't been able to land them. So on a positive note, in terms of our development plan, we did engage a company called Global Philanthropic to work with us on the creation of a development plan, which does have some really good tangible recommendations. So first of all, they recommended that we really clarify our priorities. So there's so much within the community energy strategy. We really need to think about prioritizing where we want to spend our efforts, some really good advice. They also talked about, the importance of like-minded organisations and really forming strong partnerships with other organisations within the community and beyond. They also advised us to apply for charitable status, a process which can take a year or so, but that would allow us to be able to issue tax receipts, which again could help with fundraising, and also to apply and watch for grants and other support opportunities. So in terms of our opportunities, I think we all know that the Oakville community are very passionate about sustainability, and we're very aligned in the need for urgent action towards energy transformation. Our industry, stakeholders and partners, they believe in our mission, but what we've been finding is they don't necessarily see a return on investment for a fundraising perspective investing in future energy Oakville at this time. As I said, we have been struggling to hire a new experienced executive director. I mentioned the 2 failed searches, and they have proved, although we have had well-qualified candidates and people who are really passionate about our work, when we talk about salary or when we share our financial position, the issues with precarity, the issues with not being able to pay the kind of salaries that these qualified people would be looking for, it's meant that we've not been able to be successful. So from a current financial perspective, we are in a reasonable place right now, thanks to the town funding that we currently have in place and previous donations that we did receive. And the fact that we have a lot of salary gapping because we don't currently have any employees being paid from our budget at the moment. However, our projected position is not so positive. This is an alarming graph, and it's reality, unfortunately. We've been struggling from a financial sustainability perspective. We need to attract or receive significantly more funding than we currently have in place to be able to make this organisation continue beyond the end of next year. Now, I've stood here several years before and asked for the funding, and we've been very grateful for what the town has been able to fulfil. I've tried personally very hard as a volunteer to make this work, but it's just not working at the moment. We really need more stability. And we need to be able to, in turn, give an executive director the resources that they would need to be able to make this successful. I do honestly think that it's time for a rethink in terms of how we're doing this. At the end of the day, we've committed, we know we are committed to moving forward the energy strategy, but we really have to think about how we do that. At the same time, having an entity that is a collaborator, that brings together government, industry, community stakeholders is such a strength and a great model, but if we can make it work. And I'm here just talking from my heart and being very honest with you this evening. So sharing the funding that the town has committed to date, and there's also a further tentative commitment of 50,000 in 2025 as well. And just reiterating, we are incredibly grateful for this, and we do recognise that this is important taxpayers' dollars, which we have to ensure that we're spending in the most effective way. So in terms of next steps, I have submitted to delegate at one of the budget committee meetings with a bit more information to give you just more information about what we would think we would need to be successful going forward. I think that we should discuss the community energy strategy. That's up for refresh in 2025. So we should think about how we work together and bringing that forward. We will still continue trying to find an executive director, and at the same time look for opportunities to partner with organisations such as the Centre for Community Energy Transformation, which is based in Peel Region and is a similar organisation to us. So with that, I would like to thank you all so much for your time this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of council.
Thank you very much, Michelle. We have questions for you from Councillor O'Meara.
Thanks, Michelle, and thanks for the meetings over the the many months and years about what you're doing and the time that you're taking out of your own personal calendar to push this forward. It seems to me like there is a struggle about getting over the hump to get an executive director who can transform the organization. Would that be a fair characterization, or do you think it's just finding the right fit? Like, is it a money thing or is it a fit thing?
Oh, thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that the struggle to hire the executive director is a really, is a very critical piece. What we need as well as an executive director is the ability for them to take forward programs and initiatives to deliver on the energy strategy. So at the same time, that is a critical hire, and we can't do anything without that hire. And we did see when we had an interim executive director, we saw progress. But I would argue, is it enough progress? And is it enough? We're talking about 2041. We've been going at this since 2020, which is 4 years down the line. So I think we do need to think about not just how we're hiring the executive director, but how we're really accelerating our mission together. And, I've always said here as well, the commitment to working really closely and in partnership with the town and all of our stakeholders is really critical there.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I know in our conversations and with this council, it's always been, we've got to make it a community-driven process and something that's not, solely town-funded. But I also understand, as in most get-ups and startups, you need that seed money. You need the funding, whether it's the Ontario Trillium Foundation, the people to write the grants, the feds, that you need that seed funding to create something out of nothing. So I understand that. Would it be beneficial to the organization to get from us a 3-year, 5-year commitment as permanent seed funding, where there's predictability for a contract for an executive director that can go and do the work and do the legwork and be professional about bringing partners in? Would that be something that you think the organization needs, or what do you need from this council so that this permanently gets off its feet and we've got real partners in the community who are invested? What is it from us that you need?
Yeah, thank you so much through you, Mr. Mayor. So the draft budget presentation that I'm working on at the moment suggests that we need in the order of between 400,000 and 500,000 for a period of 3 years. That would allow us to hire an executive director plus 2 other employees to help with events, to help with programming, to help with grant applications, and also to help with communication and social media. So that's where we're heading towards at the moment. I'm not asking for that today, but instead we'll want to come forward with more information to Budget Committee. I didn't want to put members of council on the spot.
No, I appreciate that. Listen, I just want to thank you again for all the work and the effort and the energy and the time that you put into doing this, because it's yeoman's work, but it is what will transform us in the future. And if we're in for a penny, we're in for a pound. And I appreciate everything you do for us. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Ms. McCallum, when you said 400 to 500 for 3 years, did you mean $1.5 million, or did you mean? You did, okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So it's in for a penny, in for a pound, in for $1.5 million. Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hi, Michelle. Thanks for the presentation, and sorry to hear about the struggles for hiring an executive director. Of the work that was done when Wayne was there, did you feel that you were making progress? Because the podcasts I heard were, and I saw some of them, they were very well received. And also the event that I attended, OEC, and Scott Moody was actually able to be the moderator there. Did you feel that started making an impact in the community, kind of get the message across and start translating some of the community energy strategy into actually real, tangible initiatives that helping connect organizations to get things done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you very much for that question, Councillor Longo. Yeah, definitely. When we had someone in that position who was really working on these initiatives and working on the events, the podcasts, we really felt we were getting traction. And so the goal moving forward is to accelerate that and actually get be more in line with the objectives of the community energy strategy, because right now we're falling back. As I said, we were in 2020 when we agreed this plan. It's now 2024. We really need to think about how we're accelerating this. We can't continue to limp along, but definitely when we had an executive director in the position, we saw a lot of progress. So thank you for making that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Longo. Thank you, Ms. McCollum. Council, I look for a mover for receipt of the presentation. And I'll get that from Councillor Chisholm. Thank you. Any objection? There being none, that's carried. 10.3 is next. This is the 2024 Community Energy Strategy Implementation Update. We have a presentation by Julie Clark, who is the Director of Corporate Strategy and Government Relations. And with her are also present are Sherwing Karobi, John Rathbone, and Darren Hagan from Rathco and from Urban Equation. And this is actually quite an important file in that this council has long been interested in creating district energy, and we're getting closer. Ms. Clark, you have our attention.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. We have 3 reports on the agenda tonight that speak to our work on climate action. And this work is guided by 3, can you hear me? Do I have to go down like this? I'll try and speak louder. So I mentioned we have 3 reports on the agenda tonight that speak to our work on climate action. And our work is guided by 3 main documents: the Community Energy Strategy, Council's Climate Emergency Declaration, and Council's Strategic Plan. And we've organized these reports tonight, starting first with the big picture, talking about the Community Energy Strategy, followed by how the town is meeting the actions that were outlined in the Emergency Declaration, and then last, a report that specifically speaks to actions in our town-owned facilities. So we're going to start with the Community Energy Strategy, and we'll highlight some updates on the priority projects, but our main focus of the conversation tonight is on the District Energy Feasibility Study. Now, Ms. McCollum did provide an overview of the Community Energy Strategy, so I won't repeat that here. But I would like to take a few minutes just to speak about the roles that the town plays in the implementation of the strategy and examples of work underway. So along with a call for community-wide action, the strategy defines where the town can best play a role as one of many key stakeholders. So some of these roles include promoting energy literacy and climate action, being a convener and a facilitator, and as a policymaker to develop supporting policies, procedures, and bylaws. And this slide highlights the work the town is doing under each of these areas or planned to do in 2025. And I would like to take a moment just to speak of some of our work promoting energy literacy and climate action. This year, we partnered with the Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Institute of Canada, the town of Halton Hills, and the city of Burlington to offer heating, cooling pump training for individuals who work in energy service businesses. Participants in the free workshop learned more about the pump equipment, its benefits, and how to promote them to potential customers. We have completed 3 in-person sessions, and we have 3 online sessions over the next month. This, among the other educational initiatives noted here, is a continuation of the work and recommendations presented to Council in April of 2023 on the Home Energy Retrofit Program and the town's key role in climate education. The path forward that was presented included a focus on homeowner outreach and education to promote the benefits of home energy retrofits and existing incentive and rebate programs that are available. We do have a Home Energy Retrofit 101 on our website, and we are developing a Home Energy Advisor service in our Building Services Department right now. And we have further education initiatives planned, including a climate education series and Heat Pump 101 for the general public, as well as a savings calculator. And in 2025, we begin work on the green development standards for both the community and our own buildings. For our role as convener and facilitator, one of the major priority projects that we're excited to update Council and the public on tonight is on district energy. A pre-feasibility study was completed in 2022 and provided a mapping analysis for district energy opportunities in Oakville, life cycle cost benefit assessments, and emission reduction potential for the hospital district and downtown and Kerr. The detailed feasibility study for the hospital district has now been completed and concludes that it is technically feasible and financially viable to construct a system. So to share more information on this study, I would like to now introduce our consultants who are going to present the high-level findings. As the mayor noted, the report was developed by Rathco and Urban Equation. Sharon Karubi, who is joined by John Rathbone, will present the technical feasibility findings on behalf of Rathco. And that is followed by Darren Hagan, who will present the economic feasibility of the proposed project on behalf of Urban Equation. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to them.
Welcome, and it's a little, not everybody knows, but that table can be raised or lowered to suit your need.
Okay, I mean, I think it's like
You look good.
Sorry. Which button is it?
It's my new job.
Okay, it was. Okay, sorry. One second. Okay. Good evening, councillors. My name is Shane Kruby, and I represent Rathco Engineering. It's the technical consultant for the district energy detailed feasibility study for the town of Oakville. I'm speaking with Darren Hagan, who is the commercial consultant representing Urban Equation. Okay, there's a delay. So over the next few minutes, we will be discussing the detailed feasibility in a bit more detail with a focus on its technical viability, commercial and implementation outcomes, and ownership analysis. So as I mentioned, the Rathco team were the technical engineers, and we did focus on mostly the technical aspect of it, costing, and essentially its technical feasibility. The UE team focused on the commercial aspect, ownership implementation, and financial viability. So just to begin, I'm going to give a very brief introduction to district energy. District energy systems are essentially thermal distribution systems that carry heating, cooling, and domestic hot water temperatures to the connected buildings of the site. There are three main components to a district energy system. One would be thermal generation, and so that's essentially the energy source developing these heating, cooling, and domestic hot water temperatures. A second component is the thermal distribution network itself, and that's actually how these temperatures are carried over to the connected buildings. And if you see in the image, it's actually represented by the blue and red lines, and those are underground pipes carrying water, carrying the temperatures to the buildings. The last component is customer connections, and that's essentially the building interface that connects to the district energy system itself. So I'm going to briefly stay on this slide just because it was already presented, but essentially the community energy strategy was set out in 2018. Following that, it set out the direction and guidelines for district energy in the town of Oakville. We had a pre-feasibility study that looked at more of a heat mapping exercise and opportunity assessment. With the direction of the town, we identified the major opportunity to be the hospital district, and the study that followed is this detailed feasibility that looked at that in more detail, more on the technical aspects. So just to give a brief project overview. So this project was developed into 10 phases, starting in 2027 and ending in 2049. Overall, we looked at the technologies that would be in the system, as looking at the technologies that had credibility. So this would be heat pumps, geo-exchange, and sewer exchange. And just to put a note that they are technically feasible and have been successfully used in Canada and internationally. Towards the end of the 10 phases of 950,000 square meters of the development after full build out, so at the end of phase 10, will be meeting 100% of their heating and cooling needs. One moment. Okay. So this image shows a very simplified diagram of the actual district energy system. The gray outline is the central plant, and that will hold the technology equipment. So we're looking at the heat pump and the sewer energy exchange mainly, and the peaking boilers. Peaking boilers in this case would be that if the district energy system is hitting its annual load, but once it hits a certain peaking amount, usually in the winter when it gets very, very cold, the peaking boilers will come into play, and they will help bring the temperatures back up to what it's supposed to be. You have in the green box geo-exchange, and that's essentially pulling the heat out of the ground, and I think we spoke about that a little bit earlier. And the yellow box is the ambient network. So all that really means is that ambient meaning an ambient temperature. It's basically taking the temperature of its surrounding environment. And each of the developments that are connected to the system has a heat pump to bring it up to the desired temperatures for the building. If you notice, it's a bit hard to see, but the hospital building actually has a direct hot water pipe. So that won't be through an ambient temperature. They will have a hot water connection. And the main purpose of that is because the hospital already is using chilled and hot water. So they won't really be disrupted through this development. So this image is just essentially the diagram I described overlaid on the map. So the yellow lines, they would be the ambient system. You see that red line from the central plant going straight to the hospital. That was that hot water connection that I described. And it's not distributed, or it's not shown where the bore fields are distributed, but they will be under new buildings for future developments. And the central plant is higher up, closer to the sewer connection, connected to the hospital. So this image kind of gives an idea of where the pipes will be laid out in reference to underground infrastructure that already exists in most municipalities. For the ambient network, the pipes carrying the ambient temperatured water, it'll be about 1.5 meters below ground. And for the hot water pipes, they'll be a little bit less than 1 meter, about 80 centimeters. And if you look, there's like a green dot. That's a sewer pipe. So roughly, that's where they all set. And it's just important to note that at this phase of work, there will be geo and civil engineers in play as well, because there's a lot of work that comes with like ground conditions and everything like that. So this slide shows the costing associated with the project. You'll see that overall it's $140 million over 10 phases. The table on the right shows a breakdown of that cost at a high level. There will be a lot more detail in the reports if you would like to go and see that. The system is designed to provide energy to all new developments at full build-outs, and in the end, you'll get about 62% reduction in emissions compared to the business as usual if you were not to go with district energy. And I want to pass it off to Darren, just to make sure we have time for the commercial aspect.
Thanks, Shireen. So as mentioned, my name is Darren Hagan. I'm a district energy consultant with Urban Equation, and we led the commercial part of the analysis for this feasibility assessment. So I got the arrow right. So as everyone's mentioned so far, once Rathco completed the technical assessment as part of the scope of work, Urban Equation stepped in to carry out the economic and implementation feasibility assessment. So the goal of this milestone was to determine the economic viability of the district energy system as configured by Rathco, based on our understanding of both current and future market conditions. This included carrying out studies to determine the fuel costs associated with natural gas and electricity going into the system, things like funding availability, as well as other inputs such as the district energy system operating cost and projected revenue for each phase. These inputs then informed the model, which provided us with rates of return, both with and without financing considered. We then carried out a sensitivity analysis and a risk mitigation register in order to understand how the project would remain profitable under changing market conditions. So starting very quickly with the funding sources scan, I realized that the $140 million number is a large price tag, and so any potential forms of funding could be very valuable in this project. So our initial scan of available funding sources revealed a wide variety of options that the project may pursue, namely being the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund, which may offer up to $10 million in an interest-free loan. Up to 15% of that could also be a full grant without having any financing associated with it. In addition, there's a number of other potential low or no interest funds that could be available for this project, like the Strategic Innovation Fund available at the federal level, or the Canada Infrastructure Bank as well, which will allow low or no interest financing. I just wanted to note that the results we're about to present did not include any low or no interest loans or no grants as part of the analysis, so this is entirely on its own merit, assuming standard market financing. So our approach to building the economic model leverages what's called a global benefit framework, where the life cycle costs were estimated while balancing the impact to all parties involved. So we started with the technical analysis carried out by Rathco, and then we layered in the capital and operating costs, as well as the projected revenue generated from the district energy system over the entire modeling term, which in this case was 30 years from first operation starting in 2028. This resulted in a net cash flow, which you can see along the bottom of that figure there, and that allowed us to generate the rates of return. So before I jump into the results, I just wanted to quickly flag that there were a number of conservative assumptions made in the interest of presenting an adequately conservative analysis. Given the preliminary nature of this assessment, there aren't a lot of things that we can know for certain at this moment, but we did take quite a conservative approach, and you can see that there's quite a number. I can go into those in more detail at a later time, but in the interest of time today, I won't go through all of them in detail, but just wanted to ensure that Council understood that this was a conservative and realistic analysis. So jumping straight into the model results, the tables you see on your screen show the total costs, revenues, profit, both in future value and present value. That's the FV and the PV you can see towards the bottom of the table, as well as the unlevered rate of return for two different scenarios. The singular difference between these two tables is the inclusion of the $470 million terminal value, which is just above the total revenue line in both of the tables. So by excluding the terminal value as part of the revenue, what's essentially being modeled is that the district energy system stops producing any revenue post the 30-year modeling period, either through asset sale or continued revenue generation. Given that district energy systems are designed and built to be much, much longer standing assets, this is a very unlikely scenario, but it was included for the sake of including a worst case scenario type of analysis, again, for full conservatism throughout the analysis. So we see typical market minimum unlevered rates of return in the range of 8 to 12%. So that would be considered valuable for a private investor or a public investor to consider investing in an asset. So looking at this project in that context, we see 13.3% for the table on the left. That's including terminal value, the more likely analysis, and 10.7% for the scenario excluding terminal value. So even at that worst case scenario where terminal value is not realized, we're seeing a strong rate of return for the entire system. So overall, we're seeing strong returns that indicate that the project is financially feasible. So to layer further confidence onto the system's financial performance, a sensitivity analysis was carried out. I won't bore you with all the details of this large table, but these are only 6 of the very many sensitivity analyses that we carried out. Only a few of them actually reduced the system's rate of return below what we'd consider a market minimum range of 8%. So we saw that heating energy capital costs of the system and the district energy system annual thermal energy escalator. So this is what the contract for the thermal energy asset would be charging every year. Those were the critical inputs as this, for this analysis, and they should be monitored as the future phases of this project continue to be carried out through a due diligence process. But by no means are they indications that this project would not move forward if those, let's call it those downsides, were realized. So we then completed an ownership model, which would compare the system's financial performance under both a private and a public sector ownership model. So a private ownership model is where a private company or investor would invest in the system, whereas a public ownership model would include the town's involvement with a public entity. So looking at that most realistic scenario where a terminal value is included, we see a much stronger rate of return for the public ownership model at 10.4% rate of return compared to 9.53% for the private ownership. And this is because we expect that a public entity would have access to more favorable financing terms and conditions. So given that stronger rate of return, a public ownership model is what was recommended for this project. And as part of our implementation assessment, we also looked into potential barriers to district energy system implementation and the kind of corresponding municipal planning tools to help overcome them. So the primary barrier that we see to district energy implementation is typically the cost competition with the market rates or incentivizing developers or buildings to connect to the system. So our research indicated that the implementation of green development or building standards is one of the most effective municipal tools in incentivizing connections to district energy systems, which could thus de-risk and improve the business case for the district system. So just to finalize kind of the slides that we've put together here, throughout this process, we've learned that the business case for this project is strong and that a public ownership model is a very strong option for this project. We didn't go into detail in this presentation, but the report goes into more detail. But Halton Region, as a potential sewer heat recovery or sewer heat provider, would also see a strong financial upside as they would provide heat to the district energy system every year. And we also went to the market. We discussed this with district energy providers, with the developers in the region, as well as the regulatory bodies, and all of the feedback we received was very positive. Overall, any major risks that we identified, and you can find the risk register within the report in a lot more detail, everything that we found was mitigatable throughout a number of different tasks. So overall, we do recommend that the town move forward with this project, namely through a public ownership model for the district energy system. And with that, I will turn it back over to the town. Thank you.
Okay, so in front of you tonight is a recommendation that council endorse in principle a public ownership model with Oakville Enterprises Corporation as the delivery partner. Now, to be clear, we are not requesting a decision to implement a system tonight. We are looking to further explore with OEC on how this could be done. If OEC agrees to own and operate a district energy system, the next step would include developing a memorandum of understanding between the town and OEC on the development and implementation of such a system. That all needs to be negotiated and presented to council for review and approval. The MOU would include ownership terms and considerations, direct and indirect financial implications to the town, required policy and advocacy that's supported by the town, an implementation timeline, funding options, and the request for approval to proceed. You will note in the report, staff have also prepared financial principles to guide any discussions with OEC on this matter, including that there be no impact on the town's finances, that dividends remain unaffected, and that financing not be provided by the town in terms of debt or reserves. If OEC determines that they are unable to proceed with the implementation, then staff will return to council on considerations and requirements related to pursuing a private opportunity through a request for proposals at that time. So I did just want to emphasize there's a lot of work still to do to hammer out a lot of details with our OEC partners on this. And with that, and OEC has stayed back very kindly to be part of this presentation as well. And we would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark, for this is really a wonderful development. I particularly like the slow and careful probing the way ahead, one step at a time. But we all have for years, I believe, understood that there is a fantastic upside here for our community on the climate change side. We have a number of questions, and I'll start with Councillor Elgar, Councillor Chinna, Councillor Hazat-Thiel, and Councillor Longo. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Thank you very much for the presentation. May I just run through some of my questions, and we don't have to start answering one at a time, because maybe the others will jump in. I'm really concerned about endorse in principle. I don't know why we wouldn't just receive in principle and further explore, okay? We'll come back to that. When I go to private versus public, my concern is if it's public, we're back to the taxpayer. And if you keep reading the report, you'll find that they say, well, you know, we'll give incentives to the developers, reduce development charges. If we reduce the development charges, then we, the taxpayers, are paying for it. And even it was nice they went and they talked to the people that own the land up by the hospital district, the different landholders, and their costs are saying, well, they'll do it maybe if it's cheaper, cost neutral or cheaper. Then they said they're really concerned about the timing of the system. It won't be there when they need it. And they're also concerned about the reliability of the system. And then when I read another page, they talk about, while the district energy system may not achieve a positive net PV, net present value, in the first 30 years under the current financial assumptions, it will show a positive financial result over the longer term, say 40 to 50 years. You know, that's where it gets a little scary, and that's where I was just wondering, if it's such a good product, why it's amazing to me we don't have the developers or, you know, private industry wanting to jump in and take that big return. And the only thing I can figure out is we're hoping to get free, you know, some money from the government, the different governments and any other sources we can. What am I missing here? I got a lot more, but I see there's a lot more people, so I don't need all my Post-it notes on the side here.
So I did make a few notes on that, and I will jump in. I may refer to our consultants on some of the financial pieces. Why endorse and not receive? I am open to language, of course, that council is more comfortable with. What we are really looking for is direction to start the conversations with OEC. So if it needs to be worded in a way that you're more comfortable with, we're happy to change the wording of the recommendation. Regarding if it's public, then it's going to go to the taxpayer, that you're worried about this putting it on the tax levy. That is one of the reasons why we included those financial principles in the report. This is of a concern that the town, this isn't in the 10-year forecast. It isn't something that we have planned to build, nor do we have the expertise to build this. So we are looking for OEC to come to the table. We can access grant funds, which would be a support to that. But the report's been clear that this not negatively impact the town's finances. But all of that work we still have to hammer out with OEC. In terms of the positive financials track for 40 years, do you want to maybe answer that?
Ms. Clark, before we turn to that piece of it, let's try to deal with the councillor's main question, and that's really the necessity for Clause 1 in the recommendation.
Yeah.
What would be the effect of striking Clause 1 and just directing staff to explore a partnership with OEC to further assess the creation of a district energy system, which would surely remove the councillor's objection? Would that be satisfactory to you?
Yes, that would be fine.
Councillor, would it help you?
That is exactly, I'm very happy with that. Once you use the word endorse, I think we got our DNA on it.
All righty. And now if you have more questions, the questions you asked on the financial side, they're ready to provide some
Okay,
answers on that.
yeah.
Thank you. So through your worship, I think with respect to the negative NPV over the lifetime, part of the conservative analysis that we carried out was we assumed a very conservative discount rate for the public ownership model. And so that is what's causing the net present value to become negative over the 30-year period. It's difficult because we're making quite a few assumptions on something we don't know a lot about right now. Every owner is going to be a little bit different. Every financing facility is going to be a little bit different. We see typical discount rates for a public entity be anywhere from 7 to 12%. And so we went with the assumption of 11%. And because the rate of return was 10.4, it was a little bit below the discount rate, we started to see the negative net present value. And so that's not to say that the project overall will actually have a negative net present value, but we have made a number of conservative assumptions. And I think allowing more discussion with OEC to look at those more detailed financials, kind of in the context of the project with a true financial backer behind it, will allow us to put a little bit more detail to that and really investigate if an 11% discount rate is actually what's needed for the project, and we'll look at the whether or not the NPV is positive or negative in that context.
I would like to congratulate you on being a consultant and doing an honest job. Like, honestly, it's, you got to read the words, but it is in here, so thank you for doing that.
No, I appreciate it.
Could you, for the sake of the public who may be interested, and sorry, Ms. Hagan, for the sake of the public who may be interested and may not be up on what discount rate is and how it works in this calculation, would you explain in lay terms the discount rate and then how it works in your calculations?
I will do my best. I'm not an economist by any means, but so a discount rate is essentially a value or a rate that you assign to future cash flows. So let's say you're spending, $20 today is not $20 40 years from now. It's got inflation and things like that. And so when you're trying to calculate what that value is in today's dollars, you have to discount it back with a value. And the discount rate for any given institution will look a little bit different based on a number of different market criteria. But a lower discount rate would mean that a lower rate of return would actually have a positive net present value, showing value in the asset. So it's one of those things where if you change a number here or there, we didn't want to decrease the the discount rate to show a positive NPV necessarily. We wanted to kind of hold true to those conservative assumptions and own that. I think it was negative 1.2 million for the net present value. But if we were to decrease the discount rate in this case to 10%, we would see a positive net present value for that analysis.
And would you relate the discount rate to as maybe a way of forecasting the impact out in the future of inflation?
Yes, that is much better than I did, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elgar,
I think, no, I'm fine. There's a lot of other questions being asked, and those were my two main ones, and the number one was the one that bothered me the most indoors.
Well,
thank you.
Anytime we can solve a problem, it's good. Councillor Lischina, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to take this down. Thank you very much for the presentation, Julie, and our consultants. I think I do have a question about sort of along the lines of Councillor Elgar regarding the urban equation. My question is have you dealt with, so first of all, district energy projects have been around for a long time. I have no doubt that OEC knows what they're doing. I'm always skeptical about the numbers in the future, and speaking of discount rates and pensions is typically where you hear those terms. Would you be able to give us an example in the municipal sector where you've provided financial economic analysis that's at least 10 years old that actually is panning out the numbers that you had for your analysis and the returns really did come into what you were expecting?
There's nothing I would think within the Ontario context that we can provide at this time. There's also some confidentiality challenges we're still going through. Like district energy projects have large timelines. But I could point you to, there's the False Creek Neighborhood District Energy System. It is in Vancouver, and of course the regulatory system in Vancouver and British Columbia is a little bit different than that of Ontario. But they publish all of their their financials.
How
They have a
long?
committee.
How long have they had it?
I can't remember the exact date on that one. I can't give you the exact date. I could take it back and get you a date, but it's been operating for some time, and it's a partnership project with the City of Vancouver, and so it's kind of similar to how this would be set up. 2014, thank you, Shireen, is when it's been operating. It would be set up kind of similar to how this OEC Town of Oakville setup would be to some degree. The City of Vancouver sits on a committee and they help set rates. So they act kind of as a quasi-regulator, or it is rather, I don't want to speak out of turn, it could be an option for a project such as this one where the rates are set that way. But I can't speak to anything that Urban Equation has carried out on a municipal level at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chinna. Ms. Clark, I wonder if for future consideration by council, if a deep dive into the long-running operation of the Markham District Energy System would be of interest or possible.
We can certainly look into doing that.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
thank you, because certainly that's the public model, and it's been there longer than I've been around. So, thank you, Councillor Haslett-Thiel. You're next.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Burton. A couple sort of basic questions. In the financial analysis, was replacement and maintenance cost incorporated? And what is the horizon? You mentioned that it'll operate much longer than the 30 years, but what is the time horizon of a system like this?
Absolutely. So there's a detailed table in the report. I could pull it up and talk to you about it, but it's there's a lot of different timelines for the different components of the system. Rathco put together a really great brief on, the heat pumps need to be replaced at year 15. Certain piping needs to be looked at and replaced and maintained at year 18. And so all of that has been accounted for in the model, including time value and all of that. So it's been escalated as necessary so that it's been accounted for in the rates of return.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
My other question is around diversification of participants in the program. So when the map came up and it showed a few of the developments that are in the hospital district, it looked like we would have potentially 4 participants. Can someone just clarify how many developers would be encouraged to participate?
I think at a high level, it's in the 5 to 10 range. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but many of the developers in that area have large swaths of land, so like Schlegel and the Oakville Green Project.
Yeah, so the developers that own the land we did engage with, roughly about 3 or 4. There was quite a bit of future development proposed. So, and how the project is set up is in 10 phases. What the next phase of work would look like is really focusing on phase 1, because things will change as time progresses, and then that will change phase 2, 3, 4. So essentially, the information that we have the most of currently is in phase 1, and then a little bit less phase 2, 3. So we engaged about 4 developers, but as time progresses and more developers come into play, we'll have to engage with more. But in terms of ownership of the land, there was about 8 total, and a few didn't respond, but the ones that we did in terms of developers were about 4.
So it was clear that you spoke to the ones who have a larger piece of the puzzle, but does it change the model at all if even one of those components, those developers, chooses not to participate?
So we did run a sensitivity analysis, not necessarily on, if X parcel has been removed, but kind of a broader if, X amount of thermal energy or if revenue decreased. So that's all included in the sensitivity analysis. Those values have been looked at, but I want to caution the sensitivity analysis was carried out by removing that demand or that revenue and not changing anything else. As Shireen mentioned, things will continue to develop and phases will evolve over time. And so we're not expecting for any, if a developer decides not to connect, we're not going to continue developing or designing the system the same way as we would have before we knew that, and it would have been altered. Capital costs would decrease or alter to some degree. So the sensitivity analyses are very preliminary and very high level, and more so intended to act as like a flag for which things we need to keep an eye on throughout that 10-phase process.
So in the agreement that you've done in the past, once they've signed on, they're committed. Can they withdraw? Do you put withdrawal provisions in? I mean, can you give us just a tiny bit of detail on that?
I would say every contract is a little bit different, and every contract is done by the district energy provider that would be onboarded to own the system. And so it can be difficult to comment on that. There's a developer that we spoke to that did work with a small district energy system, and theirs was very similar, where you signed on and they were connected. But as I mentioned, every legal document will be a little bit different. It'll be up to the district energy provider once they're onboarded to take over that process.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a sense of what timing that OEC would come back to us about their interest or non-interest, participation or non-participation?
I can answer that. In talking with our OEC representative, we've been dealing with Sean McCaughan. We believe we can get an MOU drafted, assuming everything goes as planned and it works out. An MOU drafted by the end of Q2 2025, and we'd be returning to council for approval of that in Q3.
Okay, so thank you for that. So my other question is around green development standards. So it is on the work project, I understand, for planning in 2025. And I understand that it has some challenges in getting started. But the way it was presented tonight and the way I read it in the report, it is a critical piece that we would be relying on. So I'm just looking to the consultant. Did I understand you correctly?
When looking at ways to incentivize developers to connect to a district energy system, the overwhelming research is indicating that green development standards help get us there, especially when we're looking at a district system like this one that is so greatly decarbonizing. I wouldn't necessarily say without a green development standard it wouldn't work. That's not necessarily the analysis that we carried out, but I am confident in saying that green development standards are co-occurring with a lot of successful district energy systems.
Okay, I like the way you said that. So co-occurring means that green development standards needs to go up higher on the priority list to move it along, because all developments will benefit from having them, would be my understanding, not just this project.
Yes, and so through you, Mr. Mayor, the Green Development Standards project and this will run concurrently. And OEC has already shared their interest in us having those in place.
I think those are my questions for now. Thank you, Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Councillor. Council, as you know, over the years since we set Oakville Enterprises on its path, they have been amazing at judging and managing risk. And I have every confidence that they're not going to sign on to this unless it is something that they can have the usual confidence in. After all, they're very, very careful about preserving their track record with us, which, you know, from my perspective, sending it to them for evaluation is the ultimate acid test. So with that, I'll turn to Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for the presentation, Julie, and to the consultants. Along the lines, I guess, of what Councillor Elder mentioned, I am in agreement that you should take off the endorsed. But I do agree also, just in light with what Your Worship was just saying, that OEC will be able to actually cut through this with the great minds that they have and the experience they have in diversifying their business. So I think from a leadership perspective, not only would the town be going into this to actually demonstrate that we actually care about the climate crisis, but I think OEC would be a really strong partner to be able to say if it's viable or not. So I think that's just kind of more of a comment. The question or comment is, any question I have is, hospitals are doing a lot with ESG and things related to energy use within their walls. So is that something that you have engaged with Oakville Trafalgar Memorial Hospital? I'm aware of Unity Health doing some really, really good stuff with value-based procurement in energy. Have you explored any of the work there? Because that could take pressure off energy use within that district if the hospital is actually able to maybe potentially load share or heat exchange and things like that, where capturing some of the heat that would normally be wasted, as just some examples. But I wondered if that had been explored, or could that be explored as part of the discussions with OEC? Can you engage with Oakville Memorial Hospital?
The short answer to that, through you, Mr. Mayor, is yes. And we have been in discussions with the hospital regarding their participation in this project.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Longo. Councillor Chisholm?
Thank you, Worship. Quick question. OEC is here tonight and very quiet and sitting there. I know the comment, Julie, you made that to jump to an MOU for this project or this major project. Am I to assume that OEC and the town have had pre-discussions with respect to this report?
So yes, we have, but at a high level. And so the next steps really are for OEC to start doing a deeper dive into this. We've had conversations with them throughout, but now is the time to take that report and really assess it to see if it fits their business plan, whether or not they want to take it on. I don't want to speak for OEC, but there's a lot more work to still be done. That's the key message here, and review to occur.
Thank you, Julie, because reading the report, as a layperson, to understand some of this report was very complex and mind-boggling for some of us with respect to the content of this report. And to have it come tonight is, to me, is a little bit non-exciting. And what I mean by that is because I'm reading it and I'm having difficulty understanding what's involved in it. So for tonight, I fully agree that we're receiving it and not endorsing it, because I want to go over this report again to really understand where we're going with this. And I have full confidence in OEC that they'll bring their honest and forthwith opinions of this report and where we should be going. So thank you for the report, and thank you to OEC.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. Councillor McNeice?
Thank you, through your worship. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Howsett-Thiel's line of questioning on green development standards. So when we refer to that, are we talking about guidelines, or would be conditions of development? So I guess I'm asking, would these be optional standards or mandatory standards?
So green development standards are voluntary, but when we our plan when we develop them is not just to do the standard. That part is relatively easy. We will be looking at options for council consideration on what incentives we can put in place to make sure that they are wanting to do it as well. So the incentive piece is the key one.
Okay, maybe I could just add to the list of comments. I believe Vancouver and BC, and likely Falls Creek, which was the example that was given, they use a planning permit system there, which I believe would make it more of a mandatory if you're in a certain area. So maybe that's an option, whether it's through, I don't know if it's us or OEC, but what's the options there? Because I find with optional standards, it's hard to get everyone kind of flying in a V and going in the same direction, because a lot of them have different motives. So if we could look into that, I'd appreciate it.
And if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, that has been one of the concerns that we've had on the green development standards, is that they are ultimately optional. Right. The community planning permitting system, as I understand, is the mandatory avenue to get what we want there. And of course, that is being piloted in Midtown first. So there is a connection between the two. But for this particular development, we'd be looking at green development standards while we consider the CPPS.
Okay, and my understanding of Falls Creek is that it's sort of like a master plan community. I could be wrong on that, but with the hospital district, I mean, we've got multiple owners that aren't necessarily in an ownership group. So that just gives me concern that, they may all be open to it now, but in the future you have change of ownership, and it's when it's not a master plan community or a permit system, it's really hard to advance these things.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is a really good comment. I would say the lessons learned that we've had from other jurisdictions is that the business case for connecting is usually quite strong, and it tends to speak for itself. But we are on the path to net zero by 2050, including our buildings. There is the question of getting on now, easier to do at the start of a project than after the fact when it's all built. But typically, the business case in the environmental scans that we've looked at have been strong enough to encourage the connection.
Okay, so if we could maybe look at the optional green development standards and how do we make it mandatory if either OEC or whoever sees it fit, because maybe there's a case in the beginning we need one, later on we need something else, or vice versa. So I think it would just be good to know all the tools that we have at our disposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the ideal time for this to happen is pre-construction. Does it make it more difficult, or is it just cost more to do it after the buildings are built and looking at the hospital district the way it is now?
I might ask the consultants to weigh in on that. I will note, though, so you're correct, this is for the most part, this is a greenfield that we're looking at. The next district energy feasibility study that we would be doing is the downtown and Kerr area, which hits at the existing community and how that would be done. So that is on our plans in the future, but perhaps I'll pass it over to the consultant.
Yeah, so you are correct. It is actually easier to have new builds connect, mainly because the mechanical system in the building can be designed to match what the temperatures are coming out of the district energy system. And if you remember when I was showing kind of the pipes and the layout in the diagram, the hospital district had its own hot water connection because it's an existing building. You can modify an existing building to match it, but it will cost more because you're changing the interior mechanical system, potentially. It's all very dependent on what the system has and what the existing building has, but most likely you would have to change an existing building's mechanical system to connect to the district energy system, but it's not impossible or anything. More work usually is more costs.
So there's never a bad time to do it, but there's a better time
Oh, yeah,
to
for
do it
sure.
at the inception, the planning.
And I might just add as well, through consultation with the developers in the area as well, some had voiced their intent to design their buildings to a district energy ready style or standard. So whoever comes in to own the system can work with the developers in the region. And there's a way to design your building such that it's easier to connect. And so long as the developers are aware and they understand the timeline and they're interested in connecting down the road, they're able to design their buildings such that when it does become available, they can connect.
All right, and as we heard from our OEC partners, building it from the start makes sense. It's a lot easier to get buy-in. So, Julie, I guess this is where you mentioned Midtown in terms of through the PPS. So just looking at how this ties together.
Sorry, is the question, how do we deal with opportunity in Midtown?
Well, I think we all agree it makes
CPPS?
sense to have it from the inception, so you can, get buy-in, the pipes are sized correctly or to handle the density or the numbers of buildings.
If the question is specific to Midtown, I am going to ask Director Charles to speak.
If I could try to help, the councillor was talking about the CPPS, which Councillor McNeice has underlined, allows some requirement instead of voluntary behavior. And I think Councillor Giddings wants to know if the Midtown opportunity is also on your work order, on your future efforts. Am I right?
Very well said, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. So I think the core question, Ms. Clark, is are you working on something for Midtown, for district energy?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. Yes, district energy is certainly one of the things that we have bundled in as part of the whole sustainability initiative that we have for Midtown. There's also a full implementation program that we also have for Midtown. So once we get through the OPA process, we then start into full steam ahead on the implementation, and the environmental piece is a big part of that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Let's turn to Councillor O'Meara now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, not to pull the thread too far on what Councillor McNeice said, but again, we continue to hear about the CPPS as well. There's a pilot project going on, and we're going to wait and see how that goes. And it's really seems to be a brick wall about us moving forward on many opportunities we have right now to move forward on one of the only tools we have to make people dance with the dance partner that brung them, that sort of thing. To go on that analogy, you know, it's very rare the person that goes to the dance gets the best dancer. It's the first person to show up gets the best one. And we seem to be waiting until we find out how the result is and all this works out, and all these opportunities seem to be passing us by. So I'm wondering whether or not we can't proceed, if it's a pilot project we want to call it, if there's something else we can do to expedite trying these tools out now while the options are before us, rather than waiting and letting them all pass by because we want to see what the outcomes are on something that may be 2, 3, 4 years beyond us. Is there not an opportunity to envelop more of these dance partners, as we'd like to call them? Thank you.
Councillor, thank you very much. I have jotted down on the draft proposed decision by council here the words that I think will achieve what you asked for, and when we get to the end of this discussion, we'll let you judge whether I've caught this or not. But I not just hear you, but I not just saw you coming. I hoped you would say that. All right, Madam CAO, I didn't want to let you rise and sit down again without recognizing you.
Through you, Mayor Burton, I just wanted to respond in terms of reviewing the CPPS in terms of the green development standards, as I think Ms. Clark and Director Charles has spoken to the benefits of the CPPS. And the whole discussion about trying to make the green development standards a mandatory requirement. So certainly as we move forward with that, the CPPS will be part of that discussion, because if it's the tool in which allows us to make it mandatory. So just in response to Councillor O'Meara's question, there are a number of projects that we're proceeding forward with that will look at the benefits of a CPPS. We're not waiting for one thing to entirely finish before we look at the next piece. We will be doing things in tandem.
It's a good answer. Thank you very much. Council, I sense that I might be able to offer you a resolution to bring this chapter to a close. Are there any other hands or questions? All right, here goes. I would suggest that number 2 become number 1, or no, wait, number 1 stay number 1, but it be changed to be that we receive the reports. Okay, I'm getting nods, that's good. Number 2, that staff be directed to explore a partnership with OEC to further assess the creation of a district energy system, and we're going to add, report on the possibilities of the CPPS for areas of potential for district energy systems, if not the entire town. And I think I'm seeing nods. Councillor McNeice.
Through your worship, if we could just make a minor edit, CPPS or other tools, you know, maybe a CIP or something else would work, I'm not sure, but I'm open to any ideas that can help move it forward.
I like or other tools, and if you do too, then I think we're good on item number 2.
Yes.
I wish I'd thought of it. And then, assuming because of the lack of questions that you're in agreement with the other proposal, number 3 would remain that the release of town funds to Future Energy Oakville FEO in the amount of $50,000 as approved for 2024 and $50,000 as planned for 2025 be subject to council's upcoming budget decisions on additional funding being requested by FEO. And thank you, Councillor Elgar says he'll move that. I was going to add, for your consideration, although I'm not sure it's required, a number 4, which is that staff provide us with an analysis of the history and operation of the Markham District Energy System. And so that's a popular request, so that'll be number 4. Councillor Janet, how does it feel?
I like that request, but I also think that it would be good to understand False Creek. because it's been operational for some time, and it's a wonderful community.
Markham and Falls Creek. I'll tell you that to the best of my recollection, the Markham one is like 30 years. Like everybody wanted real timelines, real track records. So I think Markham might be the one with a lot of track record. There is also a district energy system that was the granddaddy of all of them in downtown Toronto, which was the Deep Lake Water Exchange. But it's so different than what we're doing here. I don't think you really want to read that report, so I hold off from asking for it. And it's been well studied, and there are many reports available from the academic world and the business world if you're interested in digging that up. So, Councillor Elger has moved all that. The clerk and I will make sure that the record actually shows what we just said, and I'll ask if there's any objection. And Madam Clerk, there being no objection, that's carried, and I thank everybody. Ms. Clark, we're planning to continue with Section 10, and we're on an energy trail here as we go through this. So 10.4, the Climate Emergency Declaration Progress Report. I'm looking forward to your presentation on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is the second report on tonight's agenda that outlines the town's response to climate action. We started broad with the town efforts on the community energy strategy. This report starts to narrow the focus and provides an update on the climate emergency that was declared by Council. As a reminder, that declaration was unanimously approved by Council in 2019. And in 2020, the long-term goal to be net zero by 2050 for town operations was adopted. Our work on this has really been focused on the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD, which is a guiding framework that establishes common principles for how organizations should provide information on the risks and opportunities associated with climate change in 4 main areas of governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. And Appendix A, attached in this report, summarizes our progress in meeting the actions outlined in the declaration. I've shared with Council in the past that we have an embedded model for climate action at the town. There is a core climate action team which sits in corporate strategy and government relations. And we also have several climate leaders who are in various departments across the organization and work directly on climate action initiatives. And in addition to this, we encourage all of our staff to consider how their lines of work can support our climate objectives as well. And I would like to take a quick moment to share that many of these staff are here tonight and are available to answer any specific questions that councillors may have on the update that I'm bringing on behalf of the organization. So as we consider our implementation model, the task force was very helpful in identifying gaps in our governance structure. And this was flagged in our report to council last year, and we've worked to close those gaps in 2024. To ensure we have a coordinated response on climate action and oversight on planned and future work, the Climate Change Advisory Committee was established, a key recommendation of the task force that brings together our climate champions. This committee meets regularly to discuss climate initiatives across the organization and to share updates on climate opportunities with the leadership team and to inform council as needed. The executive leadership team has also tasked the committee with reviewing and exploring emerging topics in climate to ensure a broad perspective is considered in our assessments. The town continues to make progress in responding to the emergency declaration, and I am going to share with council and the public some of the work that's been undertaken in our program and service areas. So Oakville Trafalgar Community Center did receive LEED Gold certification this year. We undertook 2 feasibility studies to identify low-carbon retrofit opportunities for Iroquois Ridge and Glen Abbey community centers. We completed a policy review on the use of small gas-powered equipment for corporate and community use. A corporate carbon and energy dashboard was developed to identify the town's high GHG emitting facilities, using data to help prioritize where bigger reductions can be made. Building controls were added to sites to further encourage optimization of energy use. And we've included climate considerations in the long-term capital process. In addition, the zoning bylaw was amended to be less restrictive on rooftop solar panel installations since the Green Energy Act was repealed, and permit fees for green initiatives were reduced to a flat rate. We deployed 14 electric vehicles to our building inspectors. An energy advisor position was filled in building services to assist in developing a program for more energy efficiency solutions for the developed community. And that was a key commitment in last year's budget. We have 2 new electric ice resurfacers that will be redeployed by the end of this year, and that's being done as life cycle replacements of natural gas units. And we've made improvements to the operational efficiency of our pools by reducing water, chemical, and energy waste. And digital platforms have been installed at Iroquois Ridge and Oakville Trafalgar pools that will mitigate risk as it tracks and optimizes pool performance continuously. We've also improved the inventory of our cycling facilities in Oakville using AI machine learning technology to capture all bike lanes, signed bike routes, sharrows, and paved shoulders. That information is then transferred into GIS, and these efforts help to promote our cycling assets, assist with maintaining and expanding the infrastructure, and thereby encouraging more use. With our local Halton municipalities, we relaunched the Smart Commute program to promote sustainable modes of commuters with participating businesses in Oakville. And Oakville Transit introduced 15 electric buses into its fleet in 2023. Those were for its specialized ride-on-demand service. We will be receiving 15 more buses at the end of this year and more in the coming years. Planning Services is working on 2 discussion papers to inform the town's ongoing official plan review that will put forward policy and project recommendations that address climate change through mitigation and/or adaptation. And the 2024 emergency plan was updated to include climate considerations into response plans, for example, flooding, and business continuity plans to increase the community and corporations' overall resilience. So that is a bit of a snapshot of the work that the town does in its daily operations to meet the goals outlined in Council's climate emergency declaration. You do hear me talk a lot about education and outreach being a key role of the town. And we recently launched 2 interactive tools that residents can use. One is the Climate Action Initiatives map that highlights our town projects that have a climate feature and demonstrate the leadership role that the town is taking. And the Climate Action Initiative House provides residents with information on how to manage their carbon footprint and energy efficiency at their home. And that's an interactive tool where they can go through each of the rooms of the house to see what changes could be made. And of course, we launched an annual Go Electric campaign to promote the transition from gas-powered to electric outdoor yard equipment this year, and that will be an annual campaign going forward. And in addition to those education items, we also spend a lot of time on education and outreach in the community. We are involved in varying capacities to maintain an open dialogue with our residents, and we do this through hosting events that encourage community participation and supporting or participating in events taking place in the community, and a variety of examples are noted on the slides here. For 2025, here is a sampling of the activities that we have planned. In particular, I would like to highlight our continued alignment with the task force recommendations. We are continuing to build on governance as well as focus on the actions outlined in metrics and targets. We have a planned update on the community energy strategy. The next 5-year plan is due to be done in 2025 with our community partners. We did talk a little bit already about the green development standards, and staff will be developing an electric vehicle plan for the entire organization on how to manage the transition of the town's fleet and the charging infrastructure needs. So with that, that does conclude my presentation, and I, along with the climate team, would be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
You've been successful in generating questions. Councillors Longo, Haslett-Thiel, O'Meara, and Lischino to start off. Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Julie, I want to thank you and congratulate you and town staff, the ELT, the committee that looks at the environmental initiatives. This, by looking at the update that you gave, it's 9 different departments within the town that are taking on initiatives that actually have real tangible outcomes. And that's fantastic because it demonstrates the leadership that we as the town are showing to our residents and to our businesses. And this is so necessary to continue because we've actually, I think as part of when we go through this, there's only so much the town can do, but we also have to encourage others. And I think that outreach program, the education program is going a long way. So I just want to congratulate everyone and thank them for the work that's being done because it's infectious, it's going to keep going if we can demonstrate real tangible outcomes of the initiatives that are being taken by multiple departments across the town. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Longo, thank you for that. Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Well, I want to echo Councillor Longo's comments. This is a report that we're excited to receive, and it's much lengthier than any we've ever gotten in this area, so it's tremendous news. A few follow-up questions. What kind of uptake are you getting on the workshops with heat pumps, and do you have a participation rate? How are we doing?
So invitations on the heat pump training were sent to every provider of that service in Oakville, and I believe all of them were represented. So there are 5 companies at each training session over the 3, so 15 companies.
Okay, wonderful. In terms of the home energy retrofit page, and do we have a sense of, is it being accessed? Do you know how many views? Are you seeing if is it, I'll tell you, I went to start the research to get my heat pump. I actually forgot that we had it, I'm being honest, but then found it. So what kind of uptake are we getting in terms of views of the work you've put into it?
So I have to admit, I should have anticipated that question. We can absolutely pull the numbers, but I don't know that offhand.
Okay. And my other is just around this energy coach in building services. So when I read in the report, it is about assist in developing a program focused on energy efficiency and low carbon options for development in the community. So are they a policy program headcount, or are they providing I call in, I've got a plan, I'm thinking about doing this, but I don't know how advice?
So
what are they really doing to help move that along?
So I'm going to start answering that question, and Acting Commissioner Kaminsky can correct me if I go astray. So the individual started with us in September. They are looking at how to actually, how that function is going to work in the town. So it is a bit of a program, but the end result is to have someone who can give advice to applicants coming in on the opportunities that they have in their renovation or their development application that they could take advantage of green, sustainable technologies for their home. Okay. Gave me the stamp of approval.
You got a thumbs up. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Meara, you're next.
Thanks so much, Julie. I was watching the repaving of Third Line from Wycroft down to Spears Road. There was a little stretch there. And the middle part of the island got all asphalt in the middle of it. And then the sidewalks to the road got all asphalt down the sides of it. And there was not a single piece of green stormwater, rainwater, green infrastructure in a lot of our transportation engineering stuff that we are doing now. And I'm wondering where we are with regards to putting milkweed in those islands or putting low maintenance natural habitats in our infrastructure, or are we considering, I know the city of Toronto had Stantec come in and they had a request for a report for landscape architect consulting services in green infrastructure to look at all of the space that they have in their road networks that should be going green and are continued to become hardscapes. So are we looking at things like that? Are we trying to look for that low-hanging fruit that when we redo our road sections, we're looking for those green opportunities that help support our stormwater infrastructure, but also add greenery to it? Or are we progressing in that way in any sense?
Through Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor. We are looking at all our opportunities in the road right away when we have the chance to convert the cross section to include green infrastructure. We do have to look at the maintenance factor as well, the overall life cycle. So we are considering if we do put in green infrastructure in a certain right of way, we have to make sure that we can maintain it, and so it doesn't become clogged, and to maintain its function. So we're definitely going to consider that for all of our right of way rehabilitation work, reconstruction work, and the new design work.
Okay, is that the strongest language we can use that we're going to consider it, or do we need to maybe? I mean, I know maintenance is a factor. There is natural vegetation that requires next to no maintenance at all, and in fact costs cheaper than it is to put asphalt. And the asphalt maintenance that we need on that stuff is, I mean, it just seems like we might not be taking this as ardently as maybe we should. Do you need stronger language from council to say that, like, it was just 3 months ago and we just asphalted everywhere under Third Line, and I was sitting there going, why are we not putting stuff in here that we know now we should be doing? Do you need stronger language, do you think, from council, or is there a resolution that would help direct that rather than just looking at it?
Oh no, certainly we have the resolution from staff, from council on the green infrastructure first. We just need to implement it through all our future projects. So we'll definitely take a look at that and incorporate that definitely into our design, and not just consider. Okay,
thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner, thank you for a better answer. Thank you for your question, Councillor. Councillor Lischina.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question for Rec and Culture. It was really great to see about the operational pool efficiency and performance. So right now at Iroquois and OT, is that also to the other pools and 16 Mile before it even gets built, but all these efficiencies and pool performance will be implemented?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we are looking at implementing the San Ecotech technology in all of our pools, and that's actually in the budget for next year.
Thank you, Councillor Lischina. Councillor McNeice.
Thank you, through your worship. Just a couple points. Community Foundation of Oakville did a climate report. It was sort of more youth climate report. I didn't see that reflected in here, but I know we had town staff on the committee as well as myself and I think another councillor. But I think it'd be great if we sort of connect the dots on stuff like that, because I believe the solution, I think someone alluded to it, is a whole of community solution. It's the town has a role, but we all have a role. And the more we can work together, the better. And one other point, so many of us were at FCM in Calgary, Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I attended a session there with 2 City of Calgary staff that were focused on sort of foresight, innovation, resilient cities, that really, I think, takes the climate crisis and encapsulates it into, you know, almost every different department there. But, and I know with resilient cities, there's been a movement. I think Toronto won one of the Rockefeller awards there to get a chief resiliency officer. But I think it'd be great if we sort of thought big on stuff like that. And I know there's even national or international competitions as we think about it, because everyone around the world is facing it. And I think we can be very bold and ambitious. And the other thing that comes to mind is if, you know, we're building a new library, I mean, let's make that, I mean, there's LEED program and LEED Platinum, but there's other things like biophilic design. And I know we've had delegates come before us before and talk about some of these other standards. So I encourage the town, or I guess all of us, to sort of think big on this, because it's existential sort of challenge that we're facing. And I think it will take a whole of community approach, and I'd be happy to make some connections to the folks I met with in Calgary too. So,
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for those comments. We'll
Thank
take
you.
that into consideration.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Worship. I wanted to ask a very basic question. I noticed that over this summer, and I experienced it with the events that I've been organizing too, that we've lost our water tables. And I think it's through some sort of technical issue or mold issue or something. Is there any plan on replacing that? Because we were making such great progress in eliminating water bottles at individual community events. And then towards the end of the summer, it sort of went away. Is there any update on that as to how that's going to be mitigated going forward? I win the prize. I stumped you.
In collaboration with Parks and Open Space, we did have a water bar lending program that we offered free to school and community events throughout the year. I do believe it is on hold this year due to fixing up some of the models and due to transportation. I don't want to, Chris Mark might know a little bit more about it, but I know at the end of the summer we did have to take a few of them offline.
So does this mean that it will be reintroduced for the next special event season?
Again, that's up to the Parks and Open Space staff who deploy them. We help them develop them and create them, so I can't personally answer that question.
Okay, that was very careful, and
Chris is here.
I appreciate the
Don't wanna
honesty.
speak for him.
As Chris is coming down, I've been involved in organizing a couple events myself, and I just noticed the big difference this year from last year in terms of the volume of recycling, and at events it usually ends up in the garbage stream of water bottles because we didn't have this phenomenal resource.
Through you, Mayor Burton. I don't know the exact status of the water bar right now. I can certainly check on that and get back to council once I've had discussions with staff.
That'd be great. Thank you. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Subject to your hand going down, I'm going to assume that we are now ready for a motion to receive. And I will thank Councillor Chisholm for his alacrity in offering it. And I will ask if there's any objection. And seeing none, Madam Clerk, that's carried. Next, I'd like to see if we could move to the Energy and Emissions of Town-Owned Buildings 5-year plan. And this is our chance to meet Nathaniel Magder, our Energy Solutions Manager. This is special for me because 18 years ago, former leadership of staff saw to the creation of a town energy management plan, and they were brand new in those days. And I found myself 6 months later at a seminar at AMO the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, because they were teaching town energy management programs, and I thought I would see if we could pick up any pointers from that. I walk in, I sat down in the back. In high school, I always sat in the back. And the leader of the session said, "Oh, Mayor Burton, I don't know why you think you need to be here. We're teaching your system." So with that, Mr. Magner, I hope you're going to give us something that others will want to teach.
Good evening, and thank you for having me here today. As we face the urgent challenges posed by climate change, it's crucial for us to take proactive steps in our community, demonstrating solution for the town's building portfolio. Today, I'm excited to share our 5-year energy and emissions plan for town-owned buildings, a vital initiative that aims to significantly reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and demonstrate our commitment to sustainability. In 2019, Council approved the Climate Emergency Declaration, aligned with national targets and directing staff toward a goal of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Today, I will present our updated 5-year plan to reduce emissions in the buildings we own and operate. This is the 3rd iteration of the provincially mandated Conservation and Demand Management Plan, CDM plan, which reports on progress and identifies upcoming projects. The purpose of the presentation today is to share our current initiatives and future plans, and to highlight how we are prioritizing projects over the next 5-year period. The plan consists of 3 key components. The first is energy efficiency. This consists of implementing low-cost operational actions that cut waste. A good example of this is building controls, which minimize unnecessary heating and cooling. The second is decarbonization and design. This means including low-carbon and energy-efficient building technologies in new construction and retrofits. For example, building walls and roof structures with high insulation standards and installing electric heating systems. These building design strategies will improve building performance, save costs, and reduce emissions. The third component here is renewable energy. We continue to explore cost-effective ways to generate our own energy from low-carbon technologies. The solar electricity we're now generating at Oakville Trafalgar Community Center is a great example of this. Our data shows a decrease of 10% on average in greenhouse gas emissions and energy consumption so far. The graphs shown on the slide track our performance year over year compared to the 2015 baseline. The top chart shows greenhouse gas emissions and the lower energy use. The reductions are positive and consistent with our neighboring municipalities. We must, however, significantly accelerate this trend if we want to achieve our 2050 net zero target. This plan outlines initiatives that will help us reach the goal. To touch briefly on some of the projects we've implemented recently, we've upgraded LED lighting across the majority of our facilities now, and also in parks and street lighting, lowering our energy bills and enhancing light quality. At Oakville Trafalgar Community Center, the solar array offsets 42% of the building's electricity needs. And this 42% number is doubly as impressive because the facility operates on electric heating, both for the space heating and for the pool, using a geothermal ground loop. Currently, we have building automation systems installed across 20 of our buildings, which covers 3/4 of the square footage of our entire building portfolio. Geothermal energy systems like the one at Oakville Trafalgar and in construction at 16 Mile showcase the town's ambition to tackle sustainability challenges on a large scale and be leaders in the municipal space. The chart on this slide illustrates our projected impact to achieve the interim target we've set for a 30% reduction by 2030. Energy efficiency, highlighted here in green, includes activities that are low cost and yield incremental gains year over year. We're aiming for a 2% reduction each year over this 5-year period by making these operational adjustments and optimizing our building controls. The second component, decarbonization and design, shown here in dark blue, focuses on replacing aging buildings with high-efficiency, low-carbon technologies at the end of their life cycle. By aligning energy upgrades as equipment comes up for renewal, as per the town's asset management plan, we can enhance building performance cost-effectively. This approach is expected to have the biggest impact on emissions reductions overall. Renewable energy, indicated here in purple, includes initiatives like solar power and batteries that will help cover the remaining gap to get us to that 30% target by 2030. To dive a little more into each component, our energy efficiency initiatives include ongoing collaboration with operation teams and building occupants to identify major energy consumers and then find ways to save. For instance, enhancements to pool and ice rink water treatment have already shown success in reducing heating and electricity. By installing more building controls, we can improve savings at even more facilities by strategies like adjusting heating and cooling schedules, cutting down on energy use when spaces are unoccupied. We've also developed a detailed energy dashboard using Microsoft Power BI and are increasingly leveraging more and more advanced data analytics to pinpoint energy waste. In addition, we are systematically recommissioning aging equipment to restore them to efficient operation and proper functioning. When talking about decarbonization and design, it's important to identify which facilities contribute most to our carbon emissions and overlay that with the assets planned for upcoming renewal. The chart on the right here illustrates emissions by facility, with colors representing different departments. Here you can see the majority of emissions come from our community centers in light blue, and also our larger operations centers like transit and central ops. The facilities outlined in red are ones that will require major renewals over the next decade. As you can see, these buildings make up a large share of our emissions. It's in fact around 75% of all the emissions from our buildings that have relevant asset renewals planned for the next 5 to 10 years. These upcoming renewals include HVAC, building envelope, and complete building replacements. To meet our targets, we must upgrade these buildings strategically, as the lifespans of the new assets installed will be in place up to 2050 and beyond. Our plan is to update our sustainable building standards to ensure that these renewal projects incorporate cost-effective, low-carbon design. In this process, to update the building standards, we will collaborate closely with asset management, finance, and project management teams to scope realistic solutions and align with the principles outlined in the town's asset management plan. In 2025, we will present a report to Council analyzing the financial implications of upgrading these sustainable building standards, including how different options will impact the town's bottom line and how they will reduce our emissions. Key technologies that will be emphasized include enhancing building envelope, meaning improving insulation and airtightness, and transitioning our heating systems from gas to electricity using high-efficiency heat pumps. We'll take into consideration using hybrid systems also with natural gas backup until we're comfortable as a town that electric technologies can ensure resilience during extreme cold events. By carefully planning how we upgrade our buildings, we can make the biggest impact on the town's emission reductions at the lowest cost. Our strategy is first to focus on reducing energy and emissions in the buildings, as outlined in the previous slides. And then we're going to turn our focus to renewable energy to decarbonize the remaining energy in the buildings that the buildings need to consume. Renewable energy works hand in hand with low carbon building design and will be essential a part of getting us to net zero. We expect renewable energy solutions to become more and more financially promising as new technologies drop in cost and market incentives make the return on investment more appealing. We will continue to explore these technologies that show opportunity to cut emissions while providing reasonable returns. In the immediate term, if it's not feasible to add renewables right away, we will ensure buildings are designed for easy integration in the future. For example, we can build our new buildings to be solar ready, meaning the roof structures and electrical infrastructure are prepared to add a solar array without requiring major upgrades down the road. In conclusion, the Energy and Emissions Plan provides a roadmap for significant progress, ensuring our greenhouse gas emissions trend downwards. The next 5 years is crucial to standardizing how the town implements net zero solutions, and this plan will set us on a path for success out to 2050. To ensure we achieve this success, we are continuously collaborating with partner teams across the town, such as the others presenting here today. And thank you for listening. Be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the report. Councillor Chinna has your first question.
Thank you very much for the report. It was very educational. I'm wondering if we're using any peak shaving strategies, so if you can comment on that.
For sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, definitely that is something we're looking into. It's being looked at for the transit facility, batteries to implement those peak shaving opportunities. One of the things I mentioned was market incentives making technologies like this more appealing. So the market incentives out there right now are for peak shaving are really focused on the larger facilities. So we're looking at it for transit and 16 Mile. It's not quite as appealing for the smaller facilities, although it is something we can still explore.
Thank you. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm curious if we've looked at, or perhaps we've deployed them, but white roofs? Membranes for roofs to reduce air conditioning costs?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, that is something that we have implemented. I'm not sure the coverage rates or anything like that, but yeah, we have definitely at Oakville, Trafalgar, and 16 Mile and others. Yeah.
Terrific, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Magder. It was a pleasure to hear your report, and I'm going to look to Councillor Knoll to move the receipt. And I'll look to council for any objection. Seeing none, that's carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Now, a big event for us. This is a night of big events around energy and climate. We have a staff presentation from our Director of Oakville Transit, Adrian Cowan, on the 2025 to 2029 5-year business plan, and we have delegations. And between our delegations and our council questions, I've no doubt that Mr. Cowan, you're bound to hear suggestions for improvement, because that's what we always do. But first, let's give our undivided attention to you for your own improvements.
All right, good evening, Mayor Burton and members of council. My name is Adrian Cowan, the Director of Transit here at the town of Oakville. Tonight I am presenting the 2025 to 2029 Oakville Transit 5-year business plan as part of item 10.6 in tonight's agenda, which is recommending that the plan be adopted in principle and used to guide transit services over the next 5 years, subject to annual budget approval. Tonight's presentation will cover the following items: an overview of the Oakville Transit Services, how the system is performing with regard to ridership, what the 5-year business plan looked to achieve, a review of the consultation process, items of focus in the 5-year business plan, and staff recommendations for service implementation over the next 5 years. The town of Oakville has been providing public transportation through Oakville Transit since 1972. Oakville Transit operates as a department of the town and offers a range of services, including transit operations, planning and support services, fleet maintenance, and on-demand services. The family of services operated by Oakville Transit includes fixed route, conventional, and ride-on-demand services, and also includes school specials and express services. Conventional services are provided mainly within the urban boundaries of the town, while ride-on-demand service is also provided within the town as a share ride service, which includes specialized transit for persons with disabilities, curb-to-curb, and point-to-hub travel within designated neighborhoods. As requested through the budget process, a bit of information regarding our school specials, which are operated to accommodate student travel on the transit system during specific times of the day, primarily in the morning, before bell times, and after in the afternoon. However, since the introduction of free transit for youth and seniors, additional trips have been added into service during the midday to accommodate increased student travel during the lunch hours. All school specials are scheduled to arrive 10 to 15 minutes before bell times and leave 10-15 minutes after the bell times. And in some cases, staff update the school special times to accommodate increased boardings, alightings, and congestions due to traffic along the route. Staff have been working with school boards and in some cases directly with high schools in cases where student ridership have been recorded or reported to create disturbances on our vehicles. Staff are dispatched to monitor the service specifically for student behavior to ensure all users of the transit system are taking the service responsibly and not affecting other users. Should transit staff identify individuals who are not behaving appropriately on our vehicles, the students are removed from vehicles and the school is notified. To date, the school boards, individual schools, and transit staff have been working collaboratively to provide information to students and their families regarding taking our transit services. Staff will continue to specifically monitor the school special services to address any further reports of student behavior on our services. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, Oakville Transit has seen a rise in TAP boardings with a projected 3.2 million boardings forecasted for the end of this year. TAP boardings represent the number of passengers who initially tap to ride transit, regardless if they are paying or not. This statistic was originally the ridership number used to forecast revenue ridership. However, with the implementation of free transit for youth and seniors, adult TAP ridership is now being used for revenue forecasting purposes. TAP boardings are forecasted to increase by 10% in 2024 when compared to 23, and will be the highest TAP boardings the Oakville Transit System has ever recorded. This slide represents total boardings on the Oakville Transit System from 2020 to 2024, which is forecasted. Total boardings represent the total system use, which includes taps and transfers to other routes in the system. This statistic is not used to identify revenues collected. However, it helps staff identify the total use of transit services across the entire system. Total boardings in 2024 is forecasted to reach 4.7 million, representing an increase of approximately 17% over 2023. Of note, over the past year, the largest increases in ridership were seen by youth riders, which increased on average approximately 230%, along with senior ridership, which increased on average 170% when compared to youth and senior ridership before the implementation of the Free Transit Initiative. In addition to the youth and senior ridership increases, there's been a corresponding increase in adult and child ridership. Staff are currently tracking adult ridership at 21% increased and child ridership increases of 297% when comparing to ridership before the implementation of free transit for youth and seniors. With the increase in youth and senior and child ridership, there's been an increase in how customers access transit services. As of this past August, Presto products represent approximately 97% of all products used to access the system. So what that means is customers riding transit are preferring to use open payment, the card, or their e-purse on their phones to tap while they get onto the bus, rather than paying coins or purchasing tickets and monthly passes. Staff also identified the breakdown of ridership pre and post the free initiative to identify the shift in ridership across the system. What this table identifies on the right is that out of the total number of riders on the system, and as ridership continues to increase, youth, senior, and child rides have increased when compared to the total ridership of all categories. So what this chart here shows is the adult at 78%, actually the total number of all rides in that bar chart represent 2.4 million rides. On the right, the furthest right, with adults at 54%, that actually represents 4.2 million rides. So the number of rides identified in this chart is actually different, but you can see the proportion of riders has changed due to the free initiative. As requested also through the budget process, it is estimated that 1.5 million rides will be offered for free as part of the free transit for children, youth, and seniors offered by the town in 2024. Staff are also estimating adult ridership, which will reach approximately 1.75 million revenue-paying customers in 2024, and this is an increase of approximately 50,000 rides, or a 3% increase over 2023. Should the forecasted adult revenue ridership materialize in 24, staff are estimating an additional $170,000 in revenues from that increased ridership. With the increased ridership on the transit system, and to help prepare for future growth, staff work with HDR, a consultant firm, to prepare the Oakville Transit 5-year business plan. The business plan examined aligning Oakville Transit with Council's strategic plan and priorities, which include growth management, community belonging, environmental sustainability, and accountable government. The plan also aligned Oakville Transit with regional, provincial, and local plans, which includes working in parallel with the development of the town's transportation master plan. The plan further develops a family of services route network in on-demand service areas to accommodate future ridership growth, and the plan identified updates to Oakville Transit's policies and guidelines with recommendation to system operations and capital infrastructure. And last and not least, the plan identified routing and service changes, along with recommended programming and staffing over the next 5-year period to meet the needs of the town's diverse communities. Engaging the public was a fundamental aspect of developing Oakville Transit 5-year business plan. Many stakeholders were consulted to gain valuable feedback on the services provided by Oakville Transit and to understand what future service meant to them. 2 public consultation phases were conducted for the plan, both online and in-person formats. The in-person consultations took place at over 11 locations throughout the town, including community centers, GO stations, Sheridan College, Trafalgar Memorial Hospital, and the Oakville Public Library. Approximately 1,000 residents observed the drop-in sessions, and a total of 110 attendees provided direct feedback during these in-person sessions, while 241 participants completed online surveys during both rounds of consultation. Feedback received from public consultation identified key themes for Oakville Transit Services, which are identified on screen. The key themes from the consultation provided a comprehensive understanding of the community's priorities and served as a roadmap for Oakville Transit's 5-year business plan. The Oakville Transit 5-year business plan identified key areas for staff to focus on over the next 5 years, all pending annual budget approval. These focus areas aim to meet the objectives of the plan and respond to the key themes identified through the stakeholder consultation. Transit service guidelines were reviewed and updated based upon peer transit agencies and data from the Canadian Urban Transit Association. The guidelines, which are structured into various categories, assist in managing system performance and help inform planning and operational decisions by setting data requirements and facilitating efficient performance monitoring. A few examples of the updated service guidelines include creating route classifications for Oakville Transit routes, identifying route performance based on passenger boardings, and setting on-time performance goals. A full list of updated service guidelines can be found in Appendix C of the 5-year business plan. Bus stop designs were also updated to provide a comprehensive review of best practices and recommended bus stop design guidelines for Oakville Transit. The guidelines aim to enhance accessibility, safety, and comfort at transit stops. A few examples of the updated bus stop guidelines include stop placement, providing a standard bus pad layout, and recommended bus stop spacing based on the route classifications. Again, the full description of the bus stop design guidelines can be found in Appendix D of the Oakville Transit 5-year business plan. In recommending updated bus stop designs, it is also noted to ensure that all accessibility policies and designs such as walkway clearances and access to active transportation networks are to be reviewed to accommodate all transit users. Transitioning from the service guidelines and bus stop designs, the 5-year business plan introduces a frequent transit network, which is to be developed and implemented beyond the 2029 timeframe. The frequent transit network aligns with provincial, regional, town plans, focusing on corridors and growth nodes identified in Oakville's urban structure plan and the transportation master plan. The frequent transit network is planned to be operated in a grid-like manner and identifies routes to operate service frequencies at 15 minutes or better during the day. The routes identified in the frequent transit network are planned to have connections to other transit services, such as neighboring municipal transit agencies and to the GO Transit rail and bus network. The frequent transit network will connect major destinations throughout the town which are existing and or planned, and will provide for more attractive and easier use of the transit system within the town. In addition to the long-term planning of the transit network, a family of services route network was identified to be implemented over the next 5 years as part of the annual planning process. This updated network will form a coherent, interconnected network aligning with the future frequent transit network. This network focuses on developing fully connected major north, south, and east-west corridors, emphasizing primary and base routes within extensive service coverage. All routes are planned to be bidirectional, straight, and direct, avoiding one-way loops and route overlaps within corridors where possible. By connecting routes along the entire corridors, the network will eliminate mid-route transfers and anchor routes at major destinations, enhancing efficiency and reliability of transit services. Route 1, Trafalgar, and Route 5, Dundas, are the inaugural routes within the long-term frequent transit network designed to offer enhanced service frequencies, which is 15 minutes or better. These corridors are among the highest performing routes, which are also recognized as higher order transit corridors in the Greater Golden Horseshoe Transportation Plan, Metrolink's 2041 Frequent Rapid Transit Network, Halton Region's 2031 and 41 plans, as well as Oakville's official plan. Of note, staff, along with the consultant, aim to create a more gridding of transit routes throughout the network. Where possible, routes oriented in a north-south and east-west direction help to facilitate travel patterns and provide more direct transit options. For example, north-south routes in the new network map include Route 7, Route 3, Route 12, Route 2, Route 16, and Route 1, while east-west routes include Route 4, Route 8, Route 14, Route 6, and Route 5. In addition to more gridding of the network, services to downtown Oakville were reviewed with multiple options identified through customer and stakeholder feedback. As a result, staff are recommending the extension of Route 1, changes to Route 14 to travel along Reynolds, and implementing a Route 8 into the downtown area to provide frequent and direct trips between downtown Oakville, the Oakville GO Station, and the rest of the Oakville Transit Network. Staff also identified transit services in North Oakville will have to be developed as more residents begin to move in and the road network is completed. Staff currently have identified the expansion of ride-on-demand services in North Oakville, in addition to the new route which was introduced this year. The potential of implementing conventional transit services will be reviewed annually as part of the annual planning process. With respect to late-night services, staff are looking at ways to provide transit services to residents later into the evening. Currently, the late-night service is operated from the Oakville GO Station by the ride-on-demand service. Staff are looking at the potential to expand the service coverage of the late-night service into other areas within the town. The proposed changes identified in the 5-year business plan consist of a revised route network and phased service increases over the next 5 years. The objective is to improve the bus network and service levels in response to increases in the town's population and transit ridership. 3 service frequency scenarios were presented to staff that highlight the relationship between service frequency, annual hours of operation, fleet requirements, and annual operating hours costs. Scenario 1, known as the base case, identifies modest service level increase over the next 5 years, where most routes operate at a frequency of 30 to 15 minutes during the rush hours, with key routes such as Trafalgar and Dundas having more frequent service at 15 minutes. The second scenario, known as the mid-range scenario, identifies slight improvements over the base case scenario, where service frequencies improve to 20 minutes for several routes, while key routes maintain 15 minutes frequency, providing more frequent services. Scenario 3, which was recommended by the consultant, identifies the most significant service improvements across most routes in the system, with many routes operating 10 to 20-minute frequencies during the rush hours. Key routes have most frequent service, with frequencies improved to 10 minutes on routes such as Trafalgar, Third Line, and Dundas. Staff believe the consultant's recommendation identified in the plan, the recommended consultant scenario, will provide transit services for residents and increase ridership. However, staff recommend implementing the base case scenario to improve transit services within the town over the next 5 years. Staff believe the incremental increases in service hours and the associated capital requirements will meet the key themes of customers relating to increasing schedule frequencies, improving on-time performance, increasing integration with GO trains, emphasizing improved reliability and accessibility to transit, and incorporating specific route suggestions provided through public consultation. In preparing for the 2025 budget, staff identified the following service changes for the next year, which correspond to a few of the recommendations identified in the 5-year business plan. The changes planned for next year include frequency increases on Route 1, 5, and 11, and route restructuring on routes 1, 5, 24, 12, and 120. As staff begin to implement 2025 service initiatives and plan for 26 service changes, the Oakville Transit 5-year business plan will be used as a resource in developing the town's annual and capital forecast, which will include continued alternative funding and cost-sharing approaches from other levels of government. During the preparation of the Oakville Transit 5-year business plan, fare and non-fare revenue strategies were explored to enhance financial sustainability and support the expansion of transit services. The table currently on screen identifies both fare and non-fare strategies Oakville Transit could further explore to increase revenues to the town. Of note, it is recommended that the traditional initiatives of advertising on transit vehicles and on property and operating vehicle charges should continue to be explored, while sponsorships of transit property or events should be developed and implemented. As Oakville Transit continues evolving, higher customer expectations for service, performance, and infrastructure maintenance increases the requirement for technical system support and a need to develop greater presence in the community. The Oakville Transit 5-year business plan identifies that a travel training program be developed tailored to the diverse needs of residents and students regarding the various services offered by Oakville Transit. The program should be started with transit awareness initiatives and targeting specific demographics. The plan also identifies that marketing and communication strategies be implemented to bring awareness and information to town customers and residents. By utilizing communication channels, Oakville Transit can effectively raise awareness, shape public perception, garner support for its services within the community, and increase the transit modal share within the town. Currently, Oakville Transit does not have the staff capacity to implement all the recommended travel training, marketing, and communication strategies identified by the consultant right away. However, staff are envisioning and planning to implement these strategies within the next 5-year time frame. In addition to travel and training and marketing, the 5-year business plan identifies additional staff support, both administrative and operational, over the next 5 years to be added to the existing staff complement, again, all pending annual budget approval. As Oakville Transit continues to add vehicles to the network, there's a requirement to increase the office staff support. As we continue to add operators, trainers are required to train the operators. Supervisors are required to monitor the service on street and through the control center, and planning the transit system will continue to evolve as the town continues to grow. As a note, staffing requests have been identified as part of the 25 budget in preparation for future Oakville Transit services and as identified in the 5-year business plan. The Oakville Transit 5-year business plan is envisioned to be used as a guide to plan transit over the next 5 years and beyond, pending annual budget approvals, and will be coordinated through Oakville Transit's annual service planning process. Staff are recommending the adoption of the plan in principle, which includes the updated service design and bus stop guidelines, incorporating the frequent transit network into future transit and transportation plans, implementing the family of services transit network over the next 5 years, incrementally increasing service frequencies according to the budget process, further exploring potential fare and non-fare revenue options, and improving programming and increasing staff to support transit service operations, which includes travel training and increased marketing communication strategies. This is the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time. Thank you.
Director Cowan, if you were hoping for questions, you hit the jackpot. We're going to, just to give you an idea, we've got Councillor Grant, Councillor Shi, Councillor O'Meara, Councillor Nanda, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Chisholm, and that's just for openers. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for explaining why you diverged from the consultants. That was actually my first question. Is incoming budget chair, I appreciate that we're not spending the extra 13 million, but again, I want to know what the reasoning was. So getting that out of the way, increasing service is a great idea. I see that you're doing it for weekends as well. My concern remains with late night service. Now, on demand is great, but you're centralized at the GO station. And I'm wondering if that's enough, because we do have students at Sheridan. We do have people in the Bristol Circle area who are coming off of warehouse work. Is there a model that you can foresee perhaps where on service could be centralized at, say, the Uptown Core or at Sheridan as well as, or also Bronte, as well as the GO station?
Through you, Mayor Burton. That is a great question, and I agree the service is centered around the GO station. And what we're doing right now, what staff are looking into, is to see what it would take and what the resources would be to actually not have the service specifically centered at the GO station. So maybe creating an on-demand zone where you can get picked up and dropped off late night. Again, staff are reviewing this at the moment as we've just put in our fall services, so we are really taking a look at what the impact is to our existing services and seeing if anything else can be done with what we have now. So I've specifically asked staff to look into that, just because we knew that it's centered around the GO, but we also know that we would like to potentially see what the demand is if we were to increase the boundaries, and we're taking a look at that at the moment.
Great. We'd probably need a lot more education for that. Which I'm seeing how we're talking about Sheridan. One of the programs you're looking at doing again is UPass. We've tried twice before in several years to get that done, but the Students' Union never seemed to agree with us. Do you think there's something that's changed at Sheridan they might go for?
Through you, Mayor Burton, a UPass requires full participation for it to be somewhat feasible for the municipality and the transit agency. We currently have the free youth and seniors program where maybe half of Sheridan's is riding for free because they're up to 18 you can ride, so they're reaching 19, second, third year, maybe even fourth. For that to be considered, like I mentioned before, you would need a full participation of everybody because
Right, all the
you get,
campuses.
you get the offsetting of the cost of the people who are paying and riding versus the ones who are not.
Okay. All right. Moving on to non-fare funding. You mentioned placing retail opportunities at different spots. Where would you find spots to place retail opportunities?
Through you, Mayor Burton. Again, these fair, non-fair revenue strategies have to be further developed. However, the Uptown Core is a prime area where you have your bus terminal, you have a piece of land, you have our building there, which is the operator restroom. Is there potential to set up a little Tim Hortons kiosk? I don't know. But those are the type of potential ideas and the forward thinking that we need to continue looking at to see if there's additional potential for us to have non-fare revenues come into the town.
Okay. Certainly something like that would work at the Bronte terminal. So then, now that we've got all these people on the bus, all these youth and seniors, we should look at better ways of monetizing this. And you touched on it with advertising inside the bus. The report mentions that electric buses that you purchase in future will have electric ads inside. Is there any way that we can retrofit the older buses so they can have more modern signage? Right now, the way the signage sits for advertising inside of a bus doesn't really capture the eye.
Through you, Mayor Burton, we would have to look at where the placements are inside the bus. And again, how long we're going to keep those older buses.
Right.
Again, if we're only going to keep those older buses for a few more years, then it's really not worth retrofitting just for advertising purposes. But we do have advertising contracts, both on bus and shelters, which are primarily 5-year contracts, which are set rates.
Okay. Is the advertising group in-house?
Through you, Mayor Burton, no, they're not.
Okay. All right, because I know you've got, I think, another FTE for marketing coming up in 2026. What would that role be? What would they be focused on?
Through you, Mayor Burton, that would be most likely the comms, marketing, and travel training.
Okay.
Again, there's a full section in the 5-year business plan regarding the creation of a travel training program. Once it's created, someone needs to go out and actually book times with schools, residents, community centers, do the presentations, take them onto the bus. So there's a whole bunch of work that still needs to be done, and that one person would be able to start that whole process for us.
Okay, all right. And I'll stop there because we do have other people behind me, but travel training is a great idea. I had communications with your office about the young man who discovered that he could get into Toronto for free just by using his Presto Pass in Oakville, which was a very interesting thing. But yeah, I thank you for the plan. It was really well done. The research was great. Transit is the future of mobility within Oakville, so I'm hoping that we can do well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Budget Chair Grant. I couldn't help but notice that your questions were from the space of someone who knows our transit system as a user and a rider, and that is a valuable contribution at our table. Councillor Shi, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. So this is a really excellent report. I like it. It's fulfilled with comprehension, information, and details, all the data analysis. So for the public consultation, for the community feedback, from the report, I think you got a lot of concern about the driver behaviors. So, but I have a difficulty finding is there anything addressed in the report and in the 5-year plan, and for the next step, I didn't see anything about related to this driver behaviors issues, how we handle it. Because I got several complaints from seniors about different kind of accidents during their riding on the bus. So not friendly and some not professional driving, and even make some seniors hurt. So how can you address this to this issue, driver behavior? Because I saw there's a lot of things for the next steps. So you are asking increase the budget for the staffing for those new jobs, new peoples. But how about all those things, drivers' behaviors issues?
Through you, Mayor Burton, One of the ways to begin the driving or the driver behavior is internal. So we can create programs through our through our driver trainer, which will then take staff, the operator staff, through retraining, through customer service training. So whenever we do have a complaint and we do verify that is a driver behavior issue, we actually pull that operator off and we take them and we provide customer service retraining. What may be a good idea is sending everybody through that training, but that needs to be coordinated, that needs to be scheduled in. As you take an operator off the bus, somebody needs to replace that operator to operate that service. So there is a program that we could potentially start looking into, but that would have to be either with our existing driver trainer or see what we can do in terms of bringing somebody in.
Yeah, I do see you have some plan for the training program for trainer, even for the riders and for the drivers as well, right? So how we can implement all this kind of issues within that training program as well. Okay, thank you. And still another things, I think I raised this several times about the bus stop information sign. Is anything put new budget for that?
Through you, Mayor Burton, no, we haven't added anything into the budget in terms of more information at our bus stops, as we're still implementing your previous recommendation of putting the bus stop numbers at each bus stop. So we want to make sure that we can finish one program before we look into implementing another program. But we have done quite a bit already, but we would like to finish that first before we start considering another piece of information at those bus stops.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm really happy to adopt this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shi. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you very much, Adrian. I know it's been a lot of work and a long haul here for you. I believe it was slide 16 where you had all the routes indicated with a lot of red circles around them. And I believe you had said that Route 6 was going to connect. Yeah, I'll just wait for a second here. Thanks. Oh, that's one right there, 15, sorry. So the very bottom circle, I believe you said was Route 6. So it looks to me that that's going to go along Lakeshore, but I don't see a bus line going along Lakeshore. Is that, am I missing the connection between Brawny, Kerr, and downtown, or is that to be determined yet?
Through you, Mayor Burton, just to clarify, Councillor O'Meara, the Route 14 does travel along the Lakeshore right through the Bronte Road area. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah, but it stops at Third Line and goes north, right? And I think we talked before about something going along Lakeshore, but I didn't know whether that big red circle that looked like it was going diagonally across Lakeshore was a proposed route.
Through you, Mayor Burton, the Route 14 in this map actually goes straight across Lakeshore there, and it connects with the Route 7 on Bronte and then Route 3 on Third Line. I'm not sure if you can, maybe it's the colors in the map, but you can see it traverses along the Lakeshore up to Rebecca and then up into the GO station. Does that help?
Okay, so Lakeshore Road goes beyond Third Line and it goes over to Fourth Line and in front of Appleby College and over across there. So I see it going, I believe, I can't see the map's too small, but I do believe I see a gap. Does it along Lakeshore Road? I might be wrong.
Through you, Mayor Burton, you're saying Lakeshore between Third Line and Fourth Line. Is that correct?
Sure, or Fourth Line all the way over to Dorval, all the way over to Kerr Street, like along Lakeshore. Is there a constant bus route that goes along Lakeshore Road from Bronte to downtown Oakville?
Through you, Mayor Burton, right at this point there is nothing identified between that one section. But again, any changes to this plan throughout the 5 years will be identified through the annual planning process. So just to provide council with that information is that this here, what we see in terms of the transit network is a guide that we want to achieve. But again, we will see and be requested to make changes to the network year after year as we do our planning cycle and as we do speak with residents and customers about the service. So, Councillor O'Meara, there may be an opportunity to add something in over the next 5 years. This is not going to be the be-all and end-all of the transit network after tonight.
So I guess my question is, what's driving it right now? Because I know I've spoken to you about it. I know my Councillor McNeese has. I know both Ward 2 councillors have talked to you about the need to have a connection between our BIA areas along the lake and not deviate up to South Oakville Mall and then go across there. So what is driving what's going to change and why it is now?
Through you, Mayor Burton, we have, actually, we did have a rendition of a previous version of the map, and we did receive resident feedback not to touch the Route 14, not to touch the services in that area. That was quite interesting to hear that feedback right off the bat through the proposed original map, and that's what was driving us to determine that we can work with this map that we have here, but like I mentioned before, there's always room for change throughout the next 5 years.
Okay, fair enough. I'll leave that one alone for now. I have a question about the Oakville Transit app, and what are our plans with the app?
Oakville Transit app. Through you, Mayor Burton, at this time, the Oakville Transit app, we haven't planned any major future changes to the app. Is there something that you're recommending or you'd like to see?
Well, yeah, I had to get to my mechanic shop at Woody Road by Dorval and Spears, and I just typed in the address and it said, no. It said, do you know the route? I said, I don't know the route. And it wouldn't tell me how to get there because I didn't know what the bus route was, and I couldn't just type in an address and have it get me there. And I went to Google, and in about 2 seconds, Google told me, walk down the street for 4 minutes, turn left, wait at the stop sign. But it was so incredible what Google, and I'm sure Apple Maps do. I just wonder whether we need to maybe not reinvent the wheel and maybe just let the apps that do it professionally do it and maybe pull back from the app. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that, but I found it wasn't very user-friendly in terms of trying to figure out how do I go pick up my car at the mechanic shop and take public transit. It was not helpful at all for me to figure that out.
Through you, Mayor Burton, we at Transit, we do agree. We will have to look at an update of the app. Now, again, the question is do we let the professionals do it, such as the Transit app? There are some costs associated with that. And you're absolutely right. They have updates by the second. We cannot offer that at this time, but that is something we can look into over the next 5 years, if not sooner.
Yeah, I would just say I was in Chicago and took the public transit everywhere and on by the minute tracking. They had every single transit system down. So if that's a way we can save money and reallocate that into something else, I would completely be on board with saying let the professionals who do this do it. So anyway, thank you, Adrian. You're doing great work, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor. Did I understand you correctly to be suggesting that we tell people use Google because it's better?
Well, yeah, whether it's Apple or whatever the ones are, they do this stuff on a daily basis, and if we just redirect, if they want to find it out, just go to the people who do it really well and be done with it.
Well, thank you for the intervention because I've had the exact same experience and I can vouch for it just as you do. So thanks for that. Councillor Nanda?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Burton. Thank you so much, Adrian, for the report. It was great. I do have a route question for you, though. I've had several residents ask for the route going from Dundas to Trafalgar down to the GO station. And I don't know if you were looking at implementing anything like this, but any express buses from Dundas to Trafalgar that would not have to stop at Uptown Core.
Through you, Mayor Burton, the express service, that specific express service was not identified. Again, we can always take a look at what that means for the system and what does mean in terms of runtime for a trip from that area to the GO station. So that's something we can look into. We're always looking for new ideas, as express services have been identified and considered to be implemented and increased on our system. So it's something we're looking into. We just need to figure out what the best route is and the fastest way to get travelers to their final destination.
I think with just having Trafalgar and that Dundas area and north of Oakville just being a big transit area, if there was efficiencies with just getting express buses to and from the goal, like from Trafalgar and Dundas and coming back frequently, where people can, get home or get there much more quicker. And we heard actually quite a bit of that, so I think there were some residents that were surprised that we already didn't have a route that was strictly express down to Trafalgar. So yeah, if we can put that on the list, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nanda. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Worship. First of all, just a quick editorial comment. I remember when I first joined this council, and Councillor Elgar remember this as well, that our bus service was literally a mere shell of itself. We didn't have Sunday service, holiday service. I think the buses stopped at like 9:30 at night. So we've come light years in a couple weeks since we joined council. So congratulations for contributing to the evolution of our wonderful transit system. Couple questions. First of all, I hate to mention the word snow, because I'm afraid we might be jinxing things. But I raised this last year in particular that I don't see anything in the report about enhancing snow removal services. And I know that our town works folks do a great job of doing the bulk of the streets and the sidewalks and such, but I found that a number of, and I had complaints last year, that a number of our transit stops were literally buried. And it either required, and at one point I was driving from my home to town hall and turned the corner, and there was a fairly elderly lady with her husband with a walker standing on the street because the lay-by and the actual transit shelter was so snowed in they couldn't go anywhere else. So I'm wondering, is there any consideration given to augmenting the snow removal services that are very specifically for our peak routes or really critical transit stops?
Through you, Mayor Burton. Excellent question, Councillor Knoll. To the fact that the Roads and Works Department and Transit are actually starting to really coordinate what's happening there during snow, because it doesn't make sense for one crew to go and leave the asset behind and then another one come, clean the asset, and then push it onto the other asset. So we are actually looking at ways that we can enhance that snow clearing service at bus stops, sidewalks, and roads collectively. I'm not sure how fast we're going to be able to coordinate, but I do believe that this season we're going to have more eyes actually looking at what can be done to clear the snow a lot faster.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to complement Director's comment, this year, we're going to make sure that there's always one crew that follows the next. So right now it's 2 different contracts, but then we have already worked with our Roads and Works Department to ensure that if one person leaving one windrow, that windrow is going to get removed separately. And for the next snow contract for renewal, we're going to combine the contract to one contractor. So we're no longer trying to coordinate between contractors, and I believe that's in about a year time. So hopefully in a year time, this particular issue will be resolved. But just this season, we'll make sure it's coordinated between the 2 crews, that we're not leaving a windrow behind when one crew goes by and the other.
Well, if your commission could do something to actually stop the snow this season, that'd be even better.
That would be ideal.
Thank you. I'm glad you're working on that. I was a little surprised that thinking of the pyramidic style of journalism, where you talk about your headline at the top of the pyramid and you work down to the less important stuff. I was really stunn's not the word, but I was shocked to hear that one of the first things at the top of your pyramid was youth issues on the buses. Can you maybe expand on that a bit? How significant of an issue is that?
Through you, Mayor Burton, I added this to the presentation based on Councillor Gidding's request at the last Budget Committee meeting, just to understand what we're doing to either mitigate, stop, or reduce any further future potential issues. So with the increase in ridership, we have had a few accounts of students creating problems on the bus. Again, it's no different than when the summertime comes, everyone gets the breath of fresh air and they start getting the energy. They don't go crazy wild, but they can be unruly on some of our services. So what we've done, whenever we hear about it, and thank you, Councillor Giddings, for raising it to our attention, we usually send out the supervisors just to see what's actually happening. Now, in a lot of cases, don't get me wrong, our supervisors are there either on street or on the bus. When they're seen, everybody's tapping, everybody's in line, everybody's great onto the bus, quiet, and the bus moves. But then every once in a while we hear something's coming up again. So what we're doing is whenever we do get complaints and whenever we do find that it is an issue, if it is a specific school run, what we'll see is are we actually operating the school run at the right time? For example, there was an instance where we actually had the regular service bus coming past the school during the lunch hour, and then the school special bus right after. So what the students were doing, they were getting on the regular service bus with all the other passengers and creating a disturbance. Well, what we've actually done is we flipped it. We've provided that school lunch bus sooner than the regular bus, and all of a sudden, no one hears anything about the students. So there's constant monitoring. We're also working with the schools and the school boards to help project the message as to what we expect our customers to act like while they're on transit services. That seems to have helped as well, because we have gotten calls from the vice principals and employees from the school boards asking for more information and how they can help disseminate the message.
Okay, but just very briefly, is it a significant problem, or I guess that's why I was a little shocked. It came at the top of the report, thanks to Dave Giddings. But I just wanted to, is it a significant problem that the staff are vexed by, or is it just part of doing business?
Through you, Mayor Byrne, at this point, we're seeing it as part of doing business.
Okay. Leading on that whole youth piece, I just want to clarify. Yes.
Excuse me. Under our bylaw, you're limited to 5 minutes at a time.
I can't believe I spoke that long.
I don't want to offend anybody, but we have such a number of councillors that if you'll allow me to enforce that tonight, we might be able to finish before 10:30. Otherwise, I fear we'll be here a long time.
Those are the bulk of my questions. I have some minor things, but I can talk directly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's great working with you. Councillor Chisholm.
I'll be quick. The question with the lost revenue for youth and seniors, have we, in this report, and I might have missed it somewhere, is there a projection out within the 5 years of what lost revenue would be in that category?
Through you, Mayor Burton, we do have a forecast of fare paid by everyone and fare paid only by adults, but I would have to compile that for you individually outside of the information that I have today.
Yeah, I think that'd be interesting to see what the lost revenue would have over that 5 year in your business plan. So I think that's an integral part of your business case. I guess my other question is, in your business plan for FTEs, over the 5 years, 44.5. I don't think in any department in the town of Oakville has that many FTEs and within a 5 year period. My concern is, can we reevaluate that and look at that? I know you're looking at the base case scenario of 10 million, so that's $2 million a year you're looking for on the budget. But my concern is the FTEs and moving forward. That seems to be a lot of FTEs, and if we can look at reevaluating that, I would much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. Councillor Adams.
Thanks very much. I've got 4 things. 2 of them are kind of connected. First of all, thanks for the training for youth, for students that's included in it. Before I say anything more about that, congratulations on a document that covers so many bases. It's a huge amount of work that's gone into this, and so I wanted to recognize the fact that you've covered everything from how to design a bus to how to create a fare system to how to have a transit stop that works and everything else in between. So there's a lot in here and need to recognize that. I recognized the Kingston model included etiquette training as part of their student training model, and I as I read this document, our training model is to be determined in terms of how it's going to, what it'll do and how it'll happen and that kind of thing. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Burton, the 5-year business plan did identify travel training for distinct groups of passengers. So students and newcomers, individuals with disabilities, older adults, new riders. What entails or what information is in there would always have an etiquette piece. Because any charter of bus ridership usually has how you're supposed to act on a bus. So the etiquette piece can be added, can be omitted, but that usually is a focal point of why you provide travel training for specific groups, specifically like students. So we can always add it in. We can always make sure that it is added as part of the development. But for me, that's almost standard practice in terms of this is how you act on the bus.
Very good. So that familiarization training, I think, will be very helpful, and I look forward to that happening. Related to that, I had a message from Chris Saunders, the Halton Catholic District School Board trustee, asking about additional service through Holy Trinity High School going north to the new subdivisions north of Dundas, all the way from immediately north to all the way over towards 9th Line. Can you tell us how that could happen and how that could be integrated into the changes that are going to happen over time?
Through you, Mayor Burton, school specials are usually identified with the help of the school or the school boards where we would ask for postal code information. The postal code information gives us a general idea of where the students are living. That gives us a general idea of what we could potentially be looking to in terms of routing. What we first do before we provide or recommend any school specials is to see if there's any regular operating transit route currently in the area. If it's possible, a reroute may be recommended, or a new trip may be recommended. If it's an area that has completely no service and we see that there is potential for good ridership, and again, the 5-year plan does identify ridership standards for operating services, then we would go ahead and recommend a school trip, school special, all pending and working in relation with the school.
So that's to say this plan has flexibility built into it to allow some modifications and amendments to
Through you,
handle
Mayor
that.
Burton, the entire plan is flexible, and this is the beauty of it, is that we've identified something that we want to achieve, but we know there's going to be asks that we've either missed or don't know about, and we give it room to actually be looked at and be recommended. So yes, there's lots of room, and again, it's all pending budget approval on an annual basis.
Wonderful. Would staff be able to connect with Holy Trinity and or the trustee to help with answering that question?
Through you, Mayor Burton, of course. It's our pleasure to do so.
Thank you very much. Next question for you is, based on the feedback, we had discussions about Route 5 and the cutout that comes down White Oaks Boulevard in front of Town Hall here. As I understand it, that feedback didn't make any change to the suggested or recommended plan going forward. And you're suggesting that we remove that element of the route that goes straight down to the GO station. Is there a rollout plan that'll include really good communication around that, or how are we dealing with that? Because I don't see a change from the feedback.
Through you, Mayor Burton, I do believe that one of the routes, again, I don't have the map here with me.
It has a Route 19, I think it is.
The Route 19 was to take over the Route 5. So
but it doesn't go down to the GO station. It goes to the north.
It does
goes
not,
north
and
to
again,
the uptown core.
I agree, and it doesn't go down there because the changes to Route 1 and Route 5 don't allow Route 5 to go down Trafalgar. Again, we're trying to grid the network with higher frequencies on those routes that go east, west, and north, south to accommodate ridership, transit ridership through that specific area. It was identified that Route 19 could potentially serve. Now, again, if the changes are to be put forward, maybe this year, maybe the next year, of course, a communication strategy will be put together and forwarded to all the residents in the area.
Okay, so obviously we'll need to work on that piece of it.
Thank you,
Okay.
Councillor Adams, for your first round questions. And the chair now recognizes Councillor McNeese.
Thank you, through your worship. I'll try to be quick as well. So let me start with, okay, so the consultant's recommendation. So I'm wondering, I've noticed in transit, there's sort of a tipping point where you start seeing almost exponential ridership increase. And, you know, from what I hear with GO trains and subways and stuff, they try to get to at least 15-minute service. And then they say you can just throw away the schedule because people know in roughly 7 to 10 minutes they'll be picked up, and they can rely on the service. And then there's kind of this snowball effect. They start feeling comfortable that maybe they don't need that second car and stuff like that. What are your thoughts on that? Because I mean, as much as I understand the fiscal constraints, but I'd love to just see the buses full when they go around and people using it. And I mean, we're not building parking for everyone, but it doesn't seem like that's matching with ridership. So what are your thoughts on that? I mean, if we open up the checkbook and go to the consultant's recommendation, are we going to see that dependence on the system because we're at 15-minute service on these frequent routes?
Through you, Mayor Burton, one of the largest requests from customers year after year is more frequency, more frequency, more frequency. And I get it. I mean, I live in an area that has frequent transit service, and you're absolutely right. I just walk out to the street. I don't even know what the schedule is because I know the streetcar is coming or the bus is coming right behind it. So yes, frequency does attract ridership, but frequency won't attract ridership day one. It takes time for an evolution of the ridership to occur based on frequency increases. And that's why staff are saying, we think that implementing the base case, putting frequency in the areas that have the most demand, will start generating a buzz. That buzz will start creating a bigger buzz. We're seeing it with the students. They're getting on. In September, we had a hit of the students come on. There is this electricity that comes with more and more people riding. You're seeing those buses. But we have to do it incrementally because technically we always do it based on the demand. We see where the demand is. We know where people are going. This transit network actually changed routes to go to destinations. In a previous map, we have routes that circle neighborhoods. No, who's home in the middle of the day to take a 40-foot vehicle through a neighborhood? We wanted to make it go from a library to a community center while it traversed through the neighborhood, give it purpose. So with the restructuring and the service frequency increases, we are hoping that ridership will continue to grow based on the changes we've identified over the next 5 years. So to answer your question, yes, frequency will attract. Will it attract day one? Probably not. It usually takes a few years for people to get into the swing. The question is how big is your wallet in terms of the question. So
okay.
That's our thought behind it.
Okay, fair enough. I'm hearing we'll get there as development changes and patterns change, and it's a bit of a culture shift as well. Okay, and then I guess another question around sort of gas tax or whatever they're calling it now, community. So as the ridership goes up, we start getting more back, which I see is accounted for. But is that a rationale to do more because we'll sort of get the rebates or whatever it's referred to as?
Through you, Mayor Burton, the gas tax funding is a split of 70% ridership and 30% population, but it is a slice out of everybody's pie, right? So there's a set amount of funding. So the question is what does 70% represent in terms of ridership from our system versus 70% ridership from Mississauga or Burlington? So, I mean, we can further review that, but I don't have a straight answer for you based on what we've done over the past year or so.
Okay, yeah, I think it's worth looking into. I mean, that's sort of the purpose of the fund. But if there's something there that sort of incentivizes us to do a bit more, I would be open to considering that. Okay, just further to Councillor Amara's point around the Lakeshore route that I think has long been talked about, and if there's anything we can do to give it a try, but connecting those BIA districts of small businesses, I think is, like you mentioned, we want to attract sort of destinations, and it's hard to get coverage over every area, but connecting those destinations. And I think it's a logical connection point from us, our 3 small business designated areas that have events and activities and all kinds of things. And I think it would almost be, you'd throw away the map type thing you're saying, and you just know that, hey, I'm going to a place where I could have a coffee if I want to get out of the place where I'm currently at. So, and I think I won't make you pull up the map, but I thought my understanding of that, the circle you drew, it did seem like it was going along Lakeshore there, but because I think that jog up to Rebecca just throws it off. And so if there's some consideration, I don't know if it's a year trial or something it seems like there's demand, but obviously we got to be sure of it or try it out, I think would be a worthwhile endeavor. So, so I'll leave that point at that. And
Councillor McNeice, thank you very much for your first round questions and comments.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Grant. Thank you. I did lose track of that. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you very much for the very short report. Adrian, you start looking at the numbers. So the base case for 2024, we this year will spend $21,967,000. That's that's where you're targeting?
Through you, Mayor Burton, no, the base case is over a 5-year period.
Well, wait a minute. I'm talking though the municipal operating contribution. I was looking at the 21,967. So that's not 2024. Page 470 of the 672-page report, or page 59 of yours. I'm just trying to understand what I'm reading here. Do you see anything with $21,967,080 based on Appendix A, Table 2, Forecast Operating and Financial Scenarios? Year 2024, population 240,680 people. You've got revenue hours of operation, revenue passengers, 3,369,520, and I see 21.9 million, roughly. That's what it's costing.
So through you, Mayor Burton, the operating tables identified in the 5-year plan are again based on forecasts, pending on what we implement over the next 5 years. So Councillor Elgar, you are mentioning the 2024 number here?
Yes.
Again, that's an all a forecast, just so that we can create the tables to help identify what we could potentially see over the next 5 years in terms of the different scenarios identified in the plan.
So when I see municipal operating contribution at 21.9 million, that isn't what the municipality has to pay?
Through you, Mayor Burton, again, these tables were created by the consultant to identify what the potential outcomes would be. We would have to work with our finance team to actually forecast out the 2024 number.
So is it 21,049,640 for 2023, just some kind of an estimate also?
Through you, Mayor Burton, I don't think so. I think these are actuals, but again, the 2024 numbers.
Okay, so it's a projection then of what the number you think will be, or your consultant thinks it'll be.
That's correct.
So then the recommended scenario, going to 2029, if you go with the recommended, they're saying the municipal operating contribution will be $49,350,000?
Through you, Mayor Burton, that is correct. Again, these are all forecasts based
Exactly.
on the number of changes identified in that recommended scenario.
And just ballpark, how much of that is taxpayer money of the 49 million, percentage-wise?
Yeah, right now, that's right. No, there's other contributions. Through you, Mayor Byrne, I'll have to take this one back.
Okay,
It's specifically
yeah.
for a response to Councillor Elgar. I just want to make sure that I understand the question before I provide a response to you.
No, I appreciate that, because I think, I think tomorrow morning we start budgets at 9:30, so I just got the book, so I haven't even had a chance to look at it, but it's pretty interesting numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Councillor Hazard-Thiel.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Burton. So, first of all, I want to just say, you got a tough job. You got a really tough job, because we want a bus where we may not have people, but then we have too many people, and we want it to be here, and we want it to be 15, and like, it's a tough job. What I really appreciated was the white paper on fares. And I just want to thank you for the time and the struggle that must have occurred writing it, because it really is informative, and it talks about the importance of financial sustainability and equity, and finding that right balance, because we do want people to ride the bus, but if we can't afford new buses or we can't sustain the system, we have to have the courage to make some changes, which, based on how you've put it here, would be something you would be bringing back to us in terms of additional discussion. Do I understand your plan?
Through you, Mayor Burton, the items identified in the potential fare strategies could be further explored, and which means if there's a preference or priority for us to take back and look, we can go and do that. Again, taking a look at all of them all at once will take some time, maybe in conjunction to see what the variables would actually produce as an output, but my recommendation in terms of identifying the fare and non-fare revenues would be we should prioritize which ones we would like to see and what the impact would be on our system.
And when would you like us to do that prioritization? Because it's 10:09.
Through you, Mayor Burton, we can have that discussion, or if we needed to as a council, anytime, but again, it'd be more of a one by one, I would recommend, so that at least we know what the actual impacts would be.
So thank you. I do think we need almost a workshop of or analysis on this. It's going to be a difficult, challenging discussions about how do you find the right balance. Can you just confirm for me? Do I understand correctly? I'm looking at the same chart actually that Councillor Elgar was looking at. Are we subsidizing the ride? Like the cost per passenger on the base case for 2025 would be $9.77. Am I reading that correctly? And I don't expect you to know it off the top of your head. So if maybe you can share it with us through the budget. I think it's important we understand how much we're subsidizing each ride. I know we have always had to, and every community has to subsidize transit, but I'd like to understand the magnitude of that. And then if you could address Councillor Chisholm's question, which was around, so what is the revenue not being received as a result of free? I think it's important, like understanding that as it builds out, because the great news is, part of the goal of getting people to get on the buses there. Now the question is, how do you sustain the system? My other question is around split pass. So who is responsible for advertising or managing split pass? Is it the region?
Through you, Mayor Burton, it is the region, but we do also advertise a split to help promote the initiative.
Because it's really got a low uptake, and yet it is getting at that equity question of trying to help those who truly need that ability to get on and off the bus and get to work. Okay, so I'll follow up at the regional level. And I just also want to comment on terms of timing of each of the phases. It would be very helpful for us to understand, like when is Route 14? I see it's in phase 2. Not in phase 1, I think I read the chart right, but for all of us, because we're all anxious to be able to say, yeah, that's coming. And I'll just put a plug in for, if you want to shop downtown and you can get downtown easier on a bus, that should be a priority. Thanks so much for all your time.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, we are going to second-timer Councillor Grant.
And it's just a quick thing for the PSA for the home viewers. Specifically, Councillor O'Meara, there is an app called Transit, which is very easy to use. In fact, it's recommended by our own transit system, and it's wonderful. You plug in where you want to go. It'll tell you where to go and how to get there. The Oakville Transit app itself is actually really good on telling you the live times that the buses are showing up, which can mean a gentle saunter down to your bus stop or a get the heck out of my way, I'm late run down the street. So there's that. And then just for Councillor Nanda, express buses were talked about back in 2005 by Metrolinx when they promised us a BRT. In fact, the impetus for expanding Dundas and Trafalgar were to give us an extra laneway for a potential BRT. But given the province's work on different train systems throughout the province right now, I don't think we're going to be seeing that anytime soon. But again, an express route would be part of Metrolinx, probably not us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. You have a rare and deep expertise. I remember being at an announcement with the then Transportation Minister of Ontario in 2006, announcing that the BRT would be running in 2016. And as you know, that did not happen. I will look now for Council's acquiescence. No, we have delegations. We need to hear from Kevin Rajewski, Mateus Da Silva, and Talia Gonzalez. And I would like to welcome Kevin from Safe Streets Halton first. You know what? Now would be, while he's coming up, would be a good time. I'll take your motion. Councillor Elgar has moved to go past the hour. Any objection? Thank you to the regular objectors to that. It's close, but Councillor Elgar's motion carries. Welcome. We look forward to your information.
Good evening, council and staff. Not sure if you remember me, but I'm Kevin, a high schooler currently living in Ward 6, and today I'm representing the organization Safe Streets Halton. Next slide, please. If you are not aware of Safe Streets Halton, we are a volunteer-run organization dedicated to making the streets in Halton safer for all users. In Oakville, we help push for the free transit for youth and seniors, and we also partnered with Oakville Green for their annual Nature Bike Ride this year. Today, we are here to delegate on the Oakville Transit 5-year business plan. Next slide, please. First of all, we would like to talk about what we like about this plan, and there is a lot. There is the decentralization of the network from the GO stations, making it much easier to travel within the town instead of just commuting to the GO train. The grid network introduced with this plan heavily supports the decentralization, creating an easy to understand and, most importantly, an efficient network. Accessibility was also a leading component in the plan, with bus stop guidelines designed to maximize accessibility for all people, as well as highlighting the importance of connections with active transportation. The long-term planning with the frequent transit network also shows how much this plan plans not just for the short term, but for the long term. Next slide, please. With all of these improvements, amazing improvements in the plan, it was disappointing to see town staff only recommending the first scenario for the service plan, which will keep the vast majority of service levels the same as today in 5 years. And I'll reiterate that point. In 5 years, with all the new Oakville residents, transit frequency will largely remain the same as today, besides a few improvements. We find that completely unacceptable. Next slide, please. We as a town pride ourselves in being one of the most livable municipalities in Canada, and for good reason. With amazing schools, and I can say that as a high schooler, and great parks, Oakville is a great place to live. Unfortunately, our transit is severely lacking, and I'd like to highlight some statistics from the plan that show that. Next slide, please. In 2022, before the free transit for youth and seniors were rolled out, Oakville provided 0.9 hours of operation per capita, had 9.5 passengers per capita, and a revenue to cost ratio of 20%. Mississauga, a bigger municipality, had 1.7 hours per capita, of operation per capita, 46.2 passengers per capita, and a revenue to cost ratio of 36%. Burlington, a smaller municipality, had 1.1 hours of operation per capita, 12.2 passengers per capita, and a 23% revenue to cost ratio. Next slide, please. Not only that, but this November, Burlington will be introducing a 15-minute service to 2 more of their routes, bringing their total to 6 15-minute frequent routes, with multiple of those routes running at 15 minutes or better frequency during off-peak hours or on weekends. Meanwhile, Oakville only has 4 routes that run at 15 to 20-minute frequency and only during the rush hour. We are falling behind municipalities both bigger and smaller than us, and the staff recommendation of Scenario 1 will barely change that with just 2 15-minute frequent routes, Dundas and Trafalgar. Next slide, please. So we need to aim for better than that if we truly want to be a livable town for all people, including transit users. No one likes to miss a bus, but that experience is made exponentially worse in Oakville, where chances are you'll have to wait another half hour for the next bus, or even worse, a full hour. And there was earlier a delegation talking about being in the cold while waiting for the bus. If we went with a more service, then you would have to wait far less in the cold. Additionally, Oakville is growing at an unprecedented rate with density appearing all over the town, and if we don't provide these thousands or even tens of thousands of new Oakville residents with a reliable and effective transit system, they'll be forced to drive, leading to increased congestion and an overall decrease in livability. No one wants to drive in traffic, and I personally would much rather be in the bus watching a video, reading, or playing a game, but that's only if I can rely on it. And the thing is, it's pretty difficult to rely on it here in Oakville because they're just so infrequent. And scenario one won't change that for a huge portion of the Oakville's transit riders. In addition, there was a lot of, in this meeting, there was a lot of talk about climate change. And we are investing into electric buses, which is great, but if those buses only come once every half hour, what good are they? And while aiming for a better scenario might have a higher upfront cost, it's important to remember that once you get frequency to a usable and reliable rate, as Councillor McNeese mentioned, transit quickly becomes appealing for so many more people, leading to more riders and more ridership revenue. The long-term benefits of scenario 2 and 3 are worth investing in. It's an investment that we won't see the effects of tomorrow, but over the years, we will definitely see a huge return on the investment. Next slide, please. We, as one of the organizations that helped push for this change, were also disappointed to see the recommendation by consultants to end the free transit for youth and seniors. The numbers are clear. This policy was extremely successful in attracting ridership, far beyond what we initially expected. Senior ridership increased 180%, youth 228%, child 298%, and adult 22%, with a total of 1.6 million additional rides compared to before this change. While it may seem expensive, it's important to remember that a huge portion of child and youth riders are now accustomed to taking transit, on a daily basis, for example, to school. Now that they know how to use transit, now that they are, find it normal, they are far more likely to take it as they become adults. We haven't seen this in the numbers just yet, seeing that it is still a relatively new policy, but in the coming years, we definitely will. Next slide, please. With this plan, Oakville has the opportunity to become a leader in transit and transit improvement. However, it's an opportunity we can miss if we only aim for the base case scenario. We need to aim for better than that to accommodate for Oakville's growth in the next 5 years and beyond, as well as making Oakville a livable town for more people. Let's not let this opportunity go to waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your information. Thank you. We'll call the next delegation now. Mateus da Silva, welcome. We look forward to your information.
Good night, Council. I hope everybody is wide awake. I'd like to quickly, first of all, express my gratitude for staying and listening to us after such a lengthy session. So I appreciate it. I do have a speech impediment, so I would appreciate a little bit of patience if I get stuck here and there. But here we go. I'd like to express my incredible excitement to see transit improvements in Oakville, right? It is so exciting to see this core aspect of our town become even better, right? Transit is important for a number of different reasons. It makes our lives more convenient, it gets us where we need to go, it improves our traffic congestion, makes our roads safer, provides more options, allows for sustainable growth and development, amplifies benefits of gentle density, as well as being better for our local air quality and the environment, like we've been mentioning a lot throughout today. Oakville Transit today it works. And it works well, mind you. My family and friends constantly rely on this system to get to work, school, appointments, the grocery store, and the doctor, and much more, right? It also gives you the access to the rest of the GTHA by connecting with the GO services. It's one of the key reasons why it's so incredible. And it's also a crucial aspect of Oakville's transportation system and a key factor in tackling our future growth and development. And I'd like to quickly mention the experience that I've gathered with my own experience as well as my friends and families that take the system. And that is that Oakville Transit can sometimes let you down. And from my personal experience, Oakville Transit is, again, an incredibly useful core aspect of getting around in the town, but still far from being a perfect system. Far too often I hear from my friends and family complaining about having to wait an hour because a bus never showed up, trying to get somewhere in town and having to take multiple different routes that are winding and difficult to navigate, being stuck in traffic, and having difficulties with wayfinding. But one that keeps coming up is going somewhere they could get in 20 minutes by car and over an hour by bus. If someone can afford to drive in Oakville, they will most likely never choose to take the bus. And this is due to a few different issues like frequency, reliability, priority, speed, and how our current developments are built. As the town grows and our streets and roads get more and more congested, it is crucial to make transit a viable alternative to driving. I would like to quickly touch on frequency and reliability, but I believe that we're all on the same page at this point, so I'm going to quickly scheme through this. Of course, people need to build their lives around that frequency, right? And if the bus only comes every 30 minutes and there's a chance it might show up, people are just not going to choose to actually build their lives around it. I would like to quickly bring an example. There's a village called Utrecht in the Netherlands with a population of 265 people, but buses come every 12 minutes. So that's pretty good service. Like Kevin mentioned, the 5-year plan is really fantastic, right? It is such a great improvement, but the frequency that is being recommended by staff could be a little better. Now, this is something that I believe has made a lot of us disappointed not to see in the 5-year plan, which is transit priority, right? Even if your buses come frequently and are super reliable, it is all still significantly diminished if they get stuck in traffic. If a bus comes every 7 minutes, is always on time, that's fantastic. I know I can always rely on the bus, but it will still be an inferior option to driving because it gets stuck in the same traffic as the cars. So me, as a transit rider, I pay my fare, but I still have to wait 20 minutes to turn left into Oakville Go, speaking from experience. By prioritizing transit, we can supercharge our transportation system by consistently having a fast and reliable option to get around. And this priority is especially necessary in key congested corridors, specifically around Oakville Go and Trafalgar come to mind. And these things can, this priority can be achieved significantly cheaply, considering how operating a transit system is so costly. For example, transit signal priority. I experienced on my way here, right? A fire truck came blazing through the intersection, did not see a red light. We can apply similar solutions to our transit system by giving our buses priority on intersections, making them see less red lights, speeding them up. Transit-only lanes, I know this is a little bit more of a region or province kind of situation, but especially around the Oakville Go area, allowing our buses to speed through traffic and get to where they need to go quickly is a super great solution. As well as queue jumps, which we already kind of have on Dundas, so I won't get too much into that. Now, building around transit, and this is something that is a little bit separate from the actual 5-year business plan and more with the town in general, right? Because exceptional transit by itself can increase ridership, the modal share, and profits. However, there is a key separate part from transit that can supercharge its benefits. Allowing our built environment to follow traditional zoning, AKA how things were built before the longest time until the 1950s, as I like to call it. We're gonna call this type of development pockets of downtown. Right, they're mixed-use, walkable areas with several types of amenities within walking distance. If the grocery store is always 5 to 10 kilometers away and there are no other viable options, residents will continue to choose to drive. We must give other options if we want to improve our transportation system by allowing these pockets of downtown to be dotted around our existing places, right? Giving people more options to not choose their cars, again, making transit a more viable alternative. And of course, like Kevin said, safety is also a really big part of that. And safety correlates with happiness, right? And it's a crucial aspect of our daily lives in contributing to a livable community, right? If it's scary to go outside, especially Dundas, I've lived there, that place scares me, right? The less people on the road, the less congested our roads are, the more places our kids can go without our supervision. Congestion is a really big one. And council, if there's one thing you can take away from this, and I'm sure that you're all aware of this, but when speaking of congestion, there's no solution to car traffic except for viable alternatives to driving, right? As the town grows, and the region grows as well, we must make sure that we do our best to provide a world-class transportation system that gets people out of congestion and allows residents to get around efficiently. That can only be done by improving and prioritizing our transit system. That does not mean forcing everybody to take the bus, simply making the bus as fast and convenient as driving. Even if I own a car and I drive every day, if I note that the bus comes every 10 to 7 minutes and skips all of the traffic to get to Oakville Go, I'm way more likely to choose the bus over my car. I don't need to deal with driving. I don't need to deal with intersections. I just hop in and I'm there in 5 minutes. The more people that choose the bus over their cars, the less cars on the road, the less traffic. By allowing the 5-year plan to implement even a few of these improvements mentioned above, our transportation system can be truly exceptional, and Oakville can become a leading municipality in fast, reliable, and convenient transportation. We can be a livable town with a sick transportation system. Speaking of financials, this is a very key part, right? Because we need to use our money effectively, because the more effectively that we use our money, the more service that we can get. And I understand that there's a not so cheap price tag attached with this investment. However, again, I believe this is an investment with huge potentials for a return, especially if we build our town around this new setup. And I have a bunch of things I'd like to go through, but I'm just gonna save your time. The conclusion is that exceptional transit is able to significantly improve quality of life, the livability and the mobility of all residents. In my experience, there's no car people, train people, bike people, or tram people. There's only people that want to get to where they want to go quickly and efficiently. Therefore, our transit should be that, quick and efficient. And again, the 5-year plan is absolutely great, and it's so great that it kind of hurts a little bit to not see it be exceptional. But I do believe that we can do that. And if the region wants to help, that would be great too, especially with the infrastructure costs up front. I feel like that funding could maybe come from there. I'm not sure. But that's it, right on time. So
Thank you very much for your information. Very much appreciate you sharing it with us. Talia Gonzalez, I'm sorry. Welcome. We look forward to your information.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I hope we're all having a nice, very late October, sorry, that still says afternoon, late October evening. I take Oakville Transit basically every day. It has been a core, an important part of my life for years now. I took it when I had university classes. I take it to work. I take it to do errands. I take it to see friends. I even took it for an hour and a half yesterday just to get a specific juice for a friend's birthday party. You can trust that I am a transit rider who is at home in the middle of the day to run errands, who knows what they're talking about. A point I'd like to bring forward to council is to really consider transit frequency and consistency. For all these things I do with transit, the 30-minute wait time at this point are very common, yet incredibly painful at times, especially if the buses are delayed or canceled in any way. And despite the 5-year plan addressing frequency on core corridors, it still leaves many of the secondary lines with existing less than optimal services. If I miss the first of the 2 buses I have to take for work in the morning, I'm out of luck and basically have to catch a ride from my parents, which then makes me, or say someone new to transit, not want to take that bus again, which loses ridership and the town money. I have a friend who said that over the past week or so, his bus was significantly delayed 4 separate times, and so he had to wait not 30 minutes, but an hour to get to the next one. This causes a huge inconvenience for him, but also his friends, who he then basically has to beg to give him a ride. And this happens often enough that we make jokes about how he's always going to ask someone for a ride. Another example is that I went downtown with my boyfriend recently, and when we missed the bus to head back up to Oakville Go, we decided that because it was a nice enough day, we'd just walk until we felt waiting for the bus would be reasonable. And we got more than halfway up Kerr Street before deciding to wait for the bus again. If council decided to implement better frequency times for specific lines in addition to the proposed core lines, the transit rider experience would be so much more convenient since neighborhood-focused lines would provide better service. The 15 minutes or more proposed on Trafalgar, Dundas, and more is amazing, but we should really try to also give better frequency and consistency all around. In this case, if I miss my work bus, even though I don't live by core corridors, I would know I only have to wait 15 minutes for the next one, which also means the second bus would also be 15 minutes as well. Consistency and frequency all around would increase ridership and revenue. People are put off of transit because of the wait times. A reliable and frequent service would draw the eye of more people looking to get around. This would be especially helpful during the weekends, the time, if you will, when people want to get around and do things. Maybe if the proposed service with better frequency all around is implemented on the weekdays, a similar consistent and frequent schedule could be implemented on the weekends. And for my final plea, I am begging council and transit to revise the transit plan to include night service. I go to a lot of events in downtown Toronto, concerts, conventions, seeing friends, and something I have consistently talked about that I wish Oakville had was nighttime bus services that match the trains. If I have heard correctly, there was a version of nighttime service during the pandemic, but I might be wrong about that. If there's a train, there should be buses to take people home, period. And while on-demand service is fine, it can only be scaled so far. I would rather this be regular or even smaller fleets if it is known that there aren't going to be many events happening downtown. 99% of the time, if I am coming back from an event, there is a huge lineup in front of the station for people waiting to pick someone up or to be picked up. And then an additional 10 to 20 minute wait just for people to get out of the station area. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of congestion. And that's a lot of lost revenue. Would you rather those 30 to 50 people getting off of the train, having to wait for their 30 to 50 rides to get there for them to leave, and then having to wait even more to leave the station? Or would you rather those same 30 to 50 people getting on Oakville Transit bus lines, paying the bus fare, and then getting home that way? Obviously, not everyone is going to take that deal, but a majority likely will because of the convenience. By the way, each of those trains can hold up to around 5,000 people. Would we rather have 5,000 people stuck in traffic to get out of the station or 5,000 people riding Oakville Transit? If Oakville Council decided to invest in all of these changes in the proposed plan, as well as revising to add more improvements, the 5-year plan would be exceptional. Yeah, the initial purchase would be a lot, as are all investments, but over time you'd get that money back and probably even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Talia, for bringing your information.
Yeah.
And now would be in order for a motion to pass the indicated staff recommendation that the business plan be adopted in principle and used to guide transit service planning and operations over the next 5 years, subject to the annual budget review. Councillor Grant, thank you. Any objection? There being none, that carries. Thank you, everybody. Council, on 10.7, you have a report, and the indicated motion is that the 2024 capital budget be amended to add $5 million to project 5421-2307, the transit facility expansion funded through debt. If there's no discussion, could I have a motion for that? Councillor Schitt, thank you very much. Councillor O'Meara, discussion?
Yeah, I do have a discussion and a couple questions, Your Worship, because I think we're spending a lot of money on this. And one thing that I didn't see, and I had brought this up to our director about a year or a year and a half ago, are alternatives to expanding our transit facility. And one company who's done a lot of that work is called Induct EV, where they have recharging stations out in the community where the buses are, and they're almost basically like your wireless charging pads all over the place. And whether it's at the Oakville GO station or at numerous places, um, these companies are in operation in Sweden, in Norway, in Seattle, in Washington. They're much cheaper than putting it in a garage and in a place. And I think that's the way of the future. And I'm seeing that we're asking to spend $5 million in this, and I don't see any relation to alternatives than building out massive facilities at $5 million. And I'm just wondering, are these the only options we have before us? Are we not looking at wireless charging technologies with a little electrical box beside numerous places around town, and the buses, as they stop for 20 minutes or half hour lunch, they charge themselves there, and they don't need to go into these places. So I'm wondering if we're on the cusp of technology here. I'm wondering if we've explored all the options, or are we just approving $5 million because that's the easy option here?
Through you, Mayor Burton, the recommendation in the report is actually just to expand additional funding for the expansion of the transit facility. Has nothing to do with the type of technology being used for recharging at this time. It's strictly for additional costs as a result of expanding the facility.
So I guess my question is, what are we expanding the facility for then?
Through you, Mayor Burton, as part of the RFP and the energy infrastructure project, it was recommended to expand the transit facility to accommodate growth up to 2050. It was seen as a viable means to prepare for future growth and actually did identify some cost savings in the future.
Okay, so I guess we're sort of dancing around a little bit here. If we're trying to accommodate expanded growth to 2050, and if expanded growth can be done in a maybe a more equitable or financially advantageous way, are we not looking at those ways, or is this has nothing to do with that? No matter what we do, how we charge, what buses we have for the next 30 years, this needs to happen. Is that what I'm understanding then?
Through you, Mayor Burton, that is correct. This is only about the facility and not the charging equipment at this point. So it is about the facility expansion part of the entire project.
Okay, yeah, you expand the facility to accommodate the buses, and part of that is for the charging stations or to house these things. So I don't understand really what it is we're talking about right now. But that's what happens at 20 to 11 at night. We're rushing through these decisions, and we probably don't have a fulsome conversation right now because everybody's getting a little tired. So I'll let this one go.
Thank you, Councilor O'Meara. Director Cowan, could you talk about the role of the facility to house the buses, and as we grow and expand our fleet? As I understood it, when we decided to expand the facility, it was because we anticipated adding more buses and needing more, basically storage. And if you could help people understand that, maybe we could move on.
Through you, Mayor Burton, that is correct. The facility was built in 2011, and it was not built to full capacity. So what that means is that the site that the transit garage is currently located on has room to be expanded. So as part of the electrification project, it was identified that we would have to build out a piece of the facility to accommodate the energy infrastructure to house it indoors. Housing indoors actually extended the life of all the infrastructure. And as part of that project, it was recommended that we expand the entire facility to the full site so that we don't have to do it in the future to incur future construction costs. So in all of this, we're doing construction at the site. We're going to build out the facility to its full maximum potential so we don't have to touch it in about 10 years so that we can actually have the facility operational and house all the new and expanded future buses up to 2050. I hope that clarifies.
It does for me. Thank you very much, and I hope it helps the public. Councillor Lischina?
Thank you, Your Worship. Director, so I was quite surprised by the estimate, the original estimate being so far off because of the level of design. So is this something new that came up, that design should be at 30% in order to have a good estimate? I just worry about any future projects that this kind of underestimation could happen. So could you make a comment on that?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Typically, Class D estimates will be done at about 30%. What happened here was, as the design started to happen, the equipment, it was suggested that, hey, you can extend the life of the equipment if you put it inside an enclosed box. So at that early level, they were still trying to figure out the budget. So they said, okay, hey, let's look at expanding the facility. We're going to extend the life of the equipment that we're putting in. The equipment is actually a lot more expensive than the cost of doing the box. So that's how that element got added. And it was added, we added it early on, and that's why the budget was probably so far off.
All right, thank you, everybody. Councillor Shi has moved that we amend the capital budget in the amount of the $5 million through debt. Is there any objection to Councillor Shi's motion? Councillor Shi's motion carries. Councillor Mira, it's close, but that carries. All right, Council, I believe that 8.8 should be next. It's listed as a consent item, but I anticipated it to be a discussion item. And, sorry.
Could we just refer it to the Budget Committee for consideration? Would that be okay?
I would like to pass it tonight.
Oh, well, we could be here until 2 in the morning.
Well, not under our procedure by law. So,
Are we going to 8.8 now?
I recommend that we treat 8.8 as a discussion item, and we go to it now. And you have your report, and you have the recommendation. The hands are up, and Councillor Chisholm wins the foot race. Councillor Chisholm.
Your Worship, I'd like to make the motion to defer this to the Budget Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. Is there any objection to Councillor Chisholm's motion to defer it to the Budget Committee?
Close.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is close, but deferral wins. Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. And now I'll ask if I could have a motion for 8.1 to 8.7 consent items. Councillor Chisholm, thank you. No?
Sorry, Your Worship, I'd like to separate Wallace Park Tennis Club license agreement, and I'll make it very brief.
All righty. Would you be inclined to move the others?
Yes, I'll move the others.
Thank you. Any objection to Councillor Chisholm's motion of all the consent items remaining except for 8.4? There being none, that carries. Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. Councillor Chisholm, 8.4 is on the floor, and you are the speaker.
Okay, I guess I'm going to direct this to staff. I guess who would be the staff person to talk to the Wallace? Chris? I know it's been a long evening, Chris, so I'll keep this short. The Wallace Park Tennis Club license agreement, I know in history that we've had some challenges and issues with some of our organizations that use our facilities or our partnerships and relationships we have with our sport groups, and this is one of many. Does the department have a policy and a procedure with respect to what our responsibility and our authority is with respect to getting involved in these mediations, and also I think it conducts our solicitors to be involved with this? Is there anything in our books that have that, so when it comes up again, we do have a procedure or a policy?
Through you, Mayor Burton, I would say as staff, we generally try and stay out of the governance of these sport groups. We want them to run on their own policies, their own procedures, and really govern themselves. We do want them to make sure that they abide by things like our zone code of conduct, and do have an investigation and a procedure for investigation should issues come up within the club between members, et cetera. So we don't have any procedure that you're referring to this evening. We did get involved in the Wallace in particular because of the concern that was being raised within the general community about what was happening within the governance of the club. So I would say in this case, it was rather unique that we did delve into it as we did, but I think the effort we put into it has made a very large difference and made a large impact on the club, and they have certainly proven to us as staff that they have turned themselves around and are acting in a much better way of governing themselves today.
Thanks, Chris. I do appreciate the staff's involvement in bringing this forward and getting it resolved. But what my concern is that it seems to be happening more and more, not at the fault of the municipality, but with the organizations and their governance. I'm just using history. We probably have had in 10 years, probably 4 or 5 situations where the town got involved in mediation or working with this. So there is a cost to it, to the taxpayer, because these are semi-private clubs that using our facilities. So I just want to make sure what our legal liability and what our procedure would be. And I would strongly suggest that we put a policy in place with respect to what we would do and what we can't do. And I'll just leave it as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. And do you want to move the item? Thank you. And Councillor Janet Haslett-Thiel, you're up.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that having, as the Ward 3 councillors, having spent considerable time, we're actually very grateful for the effort that was put in. And there's some tremendously improved language that really does encourage responsible governance of the facility. And I'm hopeful that we won't have to ever intervene again. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haslett-Thiel. I agree. And I also believe that the resolution here can serve as a template going forward. And if we need to evolve that into an actual policy document, Councillor Chisholm, we've got a solid foundation to do that from. All right, Council, I'd like to ask you to receive the advisory committee minutes. What I'm trying to do is clear out all the items so that the only thing left is the in-camera session. Councillor Lischina has moved that. Is there any objection? There being none, that carries. Okay, the only other thing we have left on the agenda, if I haven't missed anything, is confidential discussion item. We need to appoint a citizen to the Committee of Adjustment for the balance of the term of council. We have 19 applicants, and the report is structured in a way that doesn't really allow an easy resolution of the matter in public by us agreeing on, I move appointment of candidate number X. So we're going to have to go into camera, I think, in order to do this. And I need a mover for the resolution that council resolve into a closed meeting session in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Act to deal with a subject matter dealing with personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And Councilor Giddings, thank you. Any objection? There being none, I don't think there's an objection. Councilor Giddings, your motion carries. Madam Clerk, would you rig the chamber for a meeting closed to the public for this legitimate purpose? And council, I will recommend that we each take a 5-minute little bio break. That'll coincide roughly with the amount of time it takes to do the technical change to a closed session. So we are in camera, let's call it, and in recess. All right, council is back in public session, having met briefly in a session closed to the public in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Act to deal with the subject matter dealing with personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And in that session, council directed the appointment of Susan Price to the Committee of Adjustment. Now, we have another matter, council, and I guess technically what we want to do is first a motion to rise and report. Councilor Lischina, thank you. Any objection? There being none, that carries. And Madam Clerk, I need page 10, which has disappeared from my pile. Here we go. I rise and report the Committee of the Whole has met and made recommendations on the consent items 8.1 to 8.8, the discussion items 10.1 to 10.7, the confidential discussion item 11.1, and the Accessibility Advisory Committee minutes as noted by the clerk. We need a mover and seconder for the report. Councilor Xie and Councilor Longo, thank you. Any objection? Madam Clerk, there being none, the report is adopted. There is a request for report, and this is submitted by Councilor Knoll and Councilor Lischina. The request is that staff report back regarding the potential for an Oakville bylaw to regulate nuisance protests within a reasonable distance of institutions such as places of worship, schools, child care centers, and town facilities, recognizing that nothing in the bylaw should prevent peaceful protests or demonstrations. Is there any objection to this request for a report? Councilor O'Meara.
Thanks. I'm just hoping that staff can also report back on that, whether or not there's already the ability under the charter, under the definition of peaceful protest to do this already. I mean, we're getting into murky waters again with this, and I think we're you know, sometimes this is an enforcement issue, and in my reading of what is considered peaceful process, as long as it does not incite or result in violence, does not pose threats or harm to individual, does not significantly disrupt public order beyond reasonable limits. So those are already the definitions, and those are already the tools that police have should they wish to enact and to enforce protests. I'm afraid we're getting down again into levels that our federal charter right stuff here, and we're going to be answering a lot of questions that I think are beyond the pale of us constituting laws and rules about what already exists on the paper with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and with a number of other things. So if staff want to go and bring back something, that's fine, but I would really hope that they do it within the lens of what legislation exists and also what police either choose or choose not to enforce. You know, as we saw in Brawny with a lot of the issues we had, the modus is to not agitate and not exacerbate. It's not always to enforce the laws, it's just not to exacerbate the situation. And I think a lot of the time the tools are already there, and we get ourselves in trouble by trying to create new tools, which again make an expectation that those are now going to be enforced. And I think that's where we continue to find ourselves in a problem. So if staff are going to look at the whole thing and what is on the paper and what laws exist already in place, I'm okay with that. If they're just going to come back with here's how we do what the recommendation is reporting, I'm going to have a problem with that. So I just wanted that to be on the record because I think it's important. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor O'Meara. I'd just like to assist the mover and seconder by rereading the request. They want a report regarding the potential for a bylaw. This is not request a bylaw. So I think you can rest easy for the moment, and if we ever have a bylaw in front of us, then we could debate that. So, Councillor Knoll?
Thank you. Just a quick clarification. So, first of all, this request for report was carefully written by Solicitor Carr on our behalf to make sure that we were presenting it in a way that is most defensible. But more importantly, to your point, this is simply a request for a bylaw that is...
A report.
Sorry, a request for a report is exactly the opposite of what I wanted. This is simply a request for a report. It may not be possible.
You may want a bylaw, but the words
No, I
you
understand.
wrote...
No, you're right. You're right. It is
Request a
for
report.
I heard what you said.
Here's the murky waters already.
Yeah, there you go. It's only murky because the mayor mentioned it earlier. But anyway, the point I want to make is that what Councillor O'Meara is asking for is exactly what the staff are going to do, including defining what is a nuisance protest versus a peaceful protest, because obviously there's nothing we can do to in any way imperil or impede the Charter of Rights. But there are circumstances in this crazy world we're living in right now where there are people standing outside of mosques and synagogues and other facilities taunting people as they're walking in the door, and they're not part of a peaceful protest. And we're seeing, we're seeing social disorder around schools and all sorts of things. So other municipalities around the GTA are starting to impose or adopt these. Markham is one. I believe Richmond Hill? Vaughan is another. So it's worth exploring, and I look forward to the report, and I hope that I'll have your support to get that far.
I know of cases of people harassing worshipers as they go in and out of their place of worship in Oakville. That's deeply offensive to me and the values that I think we stand for in Oakville, and I certainly support the request.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask if there's any objection to the request for report. And guess what? There aren't any. So, your request for report has been approved by council. And in the same spirit of good news, that brings us to the consideration and reading of the bylaws as listed in the agenda. And we need a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Hsu and Councillor Longo, thank you. Is there any objection? The motion carries. The bylaws are considered read and passed. And that ends our meeting, and it doesn't end our meeting. Councillor Knoll has new business.
I'm sorry I'm testing everybody's patience, and I'm the only thing between you and your cozy beds, but this is an important announcement for Oakville. It follows up on a really good session we had last week with the Ward 3 councillors and our federal members of parliament and one MPP on crime. So I'm just pleased to announce that tomorrow you'll be seeing, hopefully, assuming the papers pick it up, there'll be an announcement that the Crime Stoppers of Halton, in conjunction with the Halton Regional Police Service and the Halton Regional Police Services Board, are introducing Crime Stoppers of Halton Community Watch. This is a new program that is sort of the best pieces of the old Neighborhood Watch program and Crime Stoppers and other different types of organizations and services that Jessica, in her other role, our clerk tonight, actually did all the research for in her other capacity. So we are announcing, this will be announced tomorrow, and we're piloting this program in Ward 3. And we look forward to rolling it out across Oakville and across Halton in the years to come.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. I am old enough to remember when the first Neighborhood Watch died because of the work burden on the volunteers that kept it from being sustainable. And I remember hearing of this initiative at a police board meeting earlier this year, and I salute you and your colleagues for this innovation. And you know what? Innovation, I think, is one of the core things that we strive for here, so well done to you and your colleagues. And that does end the meeting, and it's been great working with you. Get a good nap. We're going to resume again at 9:30 for the budget presentations. It's budget presentation week, and good night.